Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, guys. So not crypto, AI alive again today. So AI, the stock, actually had earnings today. AI, the stock, and reaction obviously pretty good, 15 up 15%, etc. So other AI plays are in play. This is Bullfrog, BFRG, BFRG. Let's see if it's holding its gains. Um, Not really. I mean, 465 pre-market, 373 now. This is a very low float, 862,000 in the float, so very, very low. But just checking other SOUN was another AI play from a while back. Not a low float, 112 million in the float. And again, I don't think there's any specific reason. Yeah, so this is just piggybacking on AI, the stock. Just looking here, Sound and BBAI, and there are others, including BBAI. I think there's one more. I'm trying to read my notes here. BLBX, BLBX. That popped up. All you got to do is say, partners with boosted AI to enhance artificial intelligence. So those AI plays are alive for a while anyway today. Market is in for a nice positive open so far. HUBC, new issue. I think it was this week. Yeah, yesterday actually. Don't know if this was a SPAC, but at any rate, HUBC, and I started to read a little bit about it. Looks like there's pretty decent institutional ownership for this one, HUBC. IoT is an earnings play. You see Goldman Sachs. Upgrades, let's see, do they put a price target on it? Okay, price target at 27, so you're at 18 right now. And this is an earnings play today, IoT. Morning, Mike C. and Les from our YouTube room and fellow YouTubers. HRTG, another earnings play. The little one, let's see, do they have anything to do with AI? I know it doesn't say, they don't have any, they should have put AI in their press release. Anyway, HRTG is an earnings play. Not very much room though. When you look at the weekly chart, what I see is a lot of perhaps potential resistance right around 350. Too bad. It's a low float, 19 million in the float. Ooh, disaster du jour. And by the way, a day of mourning for us in Canada. I can't believe it. My wife doesn't know yet. I haven't given her the bad news. Nordstrom's is leaving Canada. Nordstrom's is leaving Canada. I cannot believe it. How many times we went there? Yeah, they started in Canada in 2014, and they basically pulled the plug, and it's going to happen really quickly. Anyway, PRAX, PRAX. Hopefully nobody was holding this one. Crashes 42% after mid-stage data for movement disorder candidate fails, obviously. So there is PRAXO, William. What does it look like here? Is this our only thing they've got going? Looks like it. So the CDNA rumor was true. I still do not see. I know you posted what the rumor was, but I still can't see it in the IB headlines. Marvel, excuse me, MRVL, the earnings play, and it's getting hit pretty decently here. Yeah, down 10%. MRVL, big gap down. Look at this daily chart, wiping all this out. CHPT, another earnings play. CHPT, charge point. Another earnings play on the way down. Now, this is more interesting. It's taken out that 10, pretty psychological number to get through. Not by much, of course, but and when you look left, where could it go? 954 and down 9. So there's, I don't know how much more room it's got. This is a more expensive one. ZS is an earnings play also, moving down quite a bit, 10%. That's a big gap down for it. Happened after hours. If you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about in terms of an earnings play, any stock that released earnings after hours the day before, so that you can see the mauve area here, or in the pre-market, I consider an earnings play. Typically, the stock will be active all day. ARDX is another small earnings play, another one that I'm sorry, this is a gap up on earnings. Well, 342, 350 looks like an interesting area for it to try to get through. It's a big float, 179 million in the float. And Viru, the ESTC, I'm hearing, guys. ESTC, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. So ESTC, when I say I'm hearing, this is in my text to voice. ESTC is an earnings play, starting to gap up a little bit more. And Viru, boy, this just got absolutely thumped. Again, 36% down. It was not that long ago when this was a $16 stock. This was back in, well, November of last year. And SI, yeah, I've read some more information about these guys. Man, oh man, how can they survive? ESTC on the move here, guys. Now I'm going to try something a little bit different today in my races. I've taken my momentum up and my momentum down, so you're going to see some negative ones here. And I'm going to run these two races today just to see what sort of results we get. This is basically this is my alert window, converted it into a top list, and then ran the race from it, I will run the races from it. I'll still keep these alert windows. I just want to see what happens here. Especially with now, I haven't been showing a race with negative with stocks that are moving down, so this will be one. Always good to change things up every now and then. So speaking of Nordstrom's is an earnings play, but When I looked, it was basically flat. Yeah, no reaction. No reaction to earnings at all. Well, listen, there's nothing magical about Warrior trading scans, okay? I mean, I'm going to tell you right off the bat. I know he sells them, and I shouldn't say this, but he sells them. But you can find virtually anything with the pre-market actives up or down. You mentioned Saito as an example. Let's take a look at. See, I'm just trying to see what sort of data we have for this one. A very strange looking trader right now. Oh, okay. So I mean, it's right here. Okay. I mean, it's right at the top of my list now. It popped in a little bit late at 9 o'clock, 8:45. Okay. I was not, I'd already completed my list, so I wasn't watching, but it's right here. Well, you can see it's right here. So now what time did this appear? The minute, let's say at 2:54, as long, and see, I have my only filters in here, very modest filters. I think it's got to be up. Yeah, 3%. So the minute that hit 3% and it had at least 10,000 shares, which I'm sure it did, we would have seen it on this market actives. Now, this is a topless window, of course, so it's, and in the gap ups, the reason it's not showing up in the gap ups probably is that it probably popped up pretty quickly, but I also have some filters in here. The volume had to be 50,000 shares, 25 cents above 4%. So these filters may have blocked it, okay, until, we would see it again. We would see it definitely if it hit a high, because the only way I'm getting highs here or alerts here is in the pre-market high. So it has to hit a pre-market high. So right now that pre-market high is up here. So when this was happening, it's possible some of the filters weren't met. Now, the other thing you can do, I have pre-market highs here. You could put 5-minute highs. Okay, guys, one of the things, let's not talk about other trading rooms in this room, okay? Yeah, you can try a 5-minute high. I mean, I only use pre-market. I typically just like to use my top list, because if something is moving, I could create a race on this, and you would see those. You would have seen Saito, I'm sure, just moving right to the top, right when it started to move. If you created a race, maybe you're unfamiliar with the races, you will see them in action in about 16 minutes once this market opens. But you can run races in the pre-market. Ooh, 9:14. Well, let's take a look. Let's see. Upgrades and downgrades. We're going to do this quickly. Well, I think this is the second time this week we actually have more upgrades than downgrades. So let me get a few of them in. And again, all I'm really looking for here is to see if there's any firm that is being any company being upgraded by multiple brokerages. I do see the upgrade for IoT by Goldman. All right, I'm just putting them into our Discord first, and then I'll put them in the other rooms. All right, let me take a look at some of these downgrades. Actually, not that many downgrades. There was a downgrade finally for CDNA. I can't find that news, William. Not in the headlines anyway. A couple of downgrades for CDNA now. Raymond James and Craig Hallam. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:17. So let's quickly look at the sectors, see what's happening. Again, we're in for a nice positive open. So I'm going to anticipate that all the sectors are going to be positive right now. So from their toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. And then when I do that, click on show more so I can see my sectors. Ah, interesting. All right, so every sector is positive except for energy. So yeah, was that a rumor? Somebody said they're United Arab Emirates were going to get out of OPEC, some kind of a rumor. Anyway, there is energy. So what you're first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. When you see 95% in red, what that means is that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. So this is interesting. Every other sector is positive, at least over 50%. I don't often see this where energy is not following suit with the rest of the major sectors. Don't often see that. So as usual, let's take a look at the major sectors. Where are they in relation to their 200-day moving average? So it's maybe hard to see, but here's XLE. That green line down here is a 200-day moving average. So again, above it. XLP was below it yesterday and still a little rebound yesterday, but still below the 200-day moving average. And healthcare, another one was miserable, moving away from that 200-day moving average on the downside. Had a little pop yesterday, but you can see that it was moving away from the 200-day. Industrials, XLI, Where are you? Where's that moving average at? Safely above and move and continues to kind of move away from it. Financials, XLF, XLF. Yeah, still above it. Here's the other one that should be below, XLY, consumer discretionary. Yeah, it is below. So both consumer staples and consumer discretionary below. Marvel continues down, MRVL. I keep hearing it over and over right there. Earnings play. XLB Materials, XLB Materials. Okay, that is moving away from the 200-day moving average. And now let's see what communications is doing. It was below or right at it yesterday. Yeah, still right at it, right at that 200-day moving average. And then technology, XLK, still above it. So we have three of the major sectors below the 200-day, the consumer discretionary and staples and healthcare. Healthcare is the interesting one. So any news on this cyto? Clinical study demonstrates Bentrio's superior nasal residence. Yeah, I'm having trouble loading my news here for some reason. There we go. A company dedicated to developing therapeutics that address important unmet medical needs. So there you go. And that is Cyto, CYTO, and extremely low float out of, well, okay, for tax purposes, they're out of Hamilton, Bermuda. Wonder where they are really. All right, CDNA, I'm hearing it, continues down, another new low. The low of yesterday, low of yesterday was 905. Oh, there we are. Fine. Now I'm seeing it. Okay, comments on the MOIDX publication, new billing and coding article. All right, well, I can't read this all, but obviously this is the news that caused it to tank yesterday and is not recovering yet. Beek, B-E-K-E, B-E-K-E, little pop here. Earnings are upcoming next week, March 9th. All right, guys, just checking to see if there's anything. I did see this IVDA. I just didn't like the way it looked. However, you never know. So, this there. So IVDA, there's very little volume. It did pop up a little bit. I don't see any specific news on it. I suppose the only good thing, it's at the VWAP. It's trying to maybe take out that 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is $1.10. I mean, this is the area. I mean, if we could ever get up to the 150 mark, but I don't see any specific news on it. I don't know if this is a little AI play or not. That's a big pop for this BEKE. I don't see any. It's a China stock. Let's take a look at China in general. Yeah, so there's nothing really happening en masse with the China stocks. Well, ESTC just new high after new high, guys. So where could this go? Well, 63.45, 64.27 is the high looking left. Actually, 63.35 is, I'm sorry, it's above that now. So yeah, 64.27 is the next high looking left, 64.57. So yeah, I mean, if we can get through somehow, if we can get through the 64.50 mark, then the next high is 67. So let's see what happens on this one. This is an earnings play, as I say, earnings play. Morgan Stanley lowers the price target to 67. Okay. Morning, Jamie from our YouTube room. So AI, let's take a look at AI in a little more detail here. So where could it go? I mean, it's an earnings play, so that is the reason it's up based on earnings. And the next high looking left is 26.80. There's a lot of room still. I mean, it's at that high here, 25, sorry, let me eyeball this, 25.36. So it's kind of at that high. That's the high on the 21st of February. And if we take that out, and 26.77 is the next high. So again, I find this a very difficult intraday trader, but it definitely has some news today because of earnings. After the company reported better than expected Q3 results and issued strong, there's the key, guys, strong guidance. Do we have any news in this? Oh, I'm sorry, we saw the news. Okay. Okay. Well, with that float, 1 million in the float, anything could happen. I mean, it already has. It's traded the float about 3 times right now. Then your next area looks like 520-ish, between 5 and 520. Looks like a lot of resistance for CYTO. But because of that float, anything could happen. Boy, ECVT, where's William? Market's going to open in less than a minute. In fact, it's going to open in about 10 seconds. So let me get rid of this. See how these races look. If I don't like it, I'll bring back the other ones. ECVT, guys, is this ECVT on the move here? ECVT on the move here. So you can see it's not going to be as active as the other one. There's ARDX. Oh, guys, ARDX making a new high. Again, I know it's looking a little strange right now because there's not a lot of stocks meeting the requirements. AI, guys, AI just made a market high. Pre-market high is 2583-ish. I'm going to put an alert there, see if it takes that out. Meanwhile, CDNA just cratering again, guys. CDNA took out the low of yesterday. CDNA took out the low of yesterday. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, okay? So try to let things settle down a little bit. CDNA showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right at 9:30, right there. But again, it's too early for me. The new races are based on momentum, based on these two. Well, I'll explain it a little bit later. Jury's out. I don't know if I'm still going to. I might bring back the other ones. I just want to see what this looks like. LPSN. So you can see how it's picking up LPSN. See, this is the alert window. BZVD, BZFD. Okay, I'm not liking it. So I'm gonna work on this over the weekend perhaps because I just don't like the way it's so I'm gonna get rid of it. And here's what we're used to. Pags, guys, PAGS, is this an earnings play? PAGS? No, not an earnings play. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is an earnings play. Pags is an earnings play. PAGS. Didn't see it in the pre-market, didn't really move that much, and took the market to open for it to move. PAGS. And Pags just hit the 10-day daily breakout. But again, it's early. Where could it go? 1075 is the next high looking left, I believe. I'm sorry, 1010 is. 1010 is the next high looking left. And then 1075. We have a halt, our first halt of the day. ATRO is got halted on the way up, I guess. It had the big drop and then it started to pop. So I guess it got halted on the way up. Earnings play, another earnings play. Not very much volume yet. That's why I didn't see it in the pre-market. This TNE, guys, STNE. Another one that's moving up here, STNE. No, not an earnings play. It's early though. Oh, this is so early. So I was going to mention this Reeve. I mean, this could get crazy. This is another one of those SPACs that look what it did in the pre-market, got up to 1678. I mean, it has the, that look. It could go crazy. It's one of the SPACs. Let's see if they've decided who they're going to be merging with. Yeah, I can't see who they're going to be merging with and when that's going to happen. But anyway, this is one of those SPACs. We've seen how crazy they can be. And that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at PAGs, look pretty awesome for a bit. Took out 10, had some room, and then the drop. Okay, I just like to see things settle down. I know I'm going to miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning. I get it, but I'm prepared for that. Even the CDNA, I mean, look what it did. It got all the way down to 8, popped right back up to 9. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Sometimes the only time I will take one of these right off the bat is if it was an all-time low also. Sometimes that's what I'll do, but this was not an all-time low. Cheap one, guys, MPLN well, over $1 now. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 114-ish. What's the float? Big float, 270 million in the float. And again, this is why I find AI difficult intraday trader. We have a top up here at 25.58, and then it drops all the way down to 23.88. Yeah, it's a $2 drop just like that. Just come back, but just like to see things settle down a little bit. Now that ECVT, which was showing up, looks like there's pretty tough resistance right around 11.15 or so. So what's the float? 89 million. See if there's any news on this. So they offering. So actually, this is a pop on an offering. They have the price. So far, the market's reacting well. Okay, guys, DM, a little continuation from yesterday. DM going right into that 200-day moving average, 225, right into it. Can it break through today? The next highs are around the 250 mark for DM. Morgan Stanley raises the target to 1.9. Well, you're above that now. Why did Morgan Stanley care about a stock like that? I know there's a reason. ATRO, okay, so ATRO just resumed. China stock, Billy on the move here. This looks like it's coming into resistance. BILI, right around that 23 mark. This could be maybe a short opportunity. See what it does around that 23 mark. Bumble's having a miserable day, BNBL, trading higher. So the company announced an offering. So, okay, so that's typically what happens, an offering. But look at this one. Boy, Billy on the move here, guys. Billy really on the move here. So much for that 23, holding it. Next high is around 24. Anything happening with Billy? I guess Citigroup raising their target to 28. I guess that's the reason. Had earnings yesterday. pre-market. There's a reaction, pretty good reaction after a bit of a downturn. Great reaction yesterday. So this is basically a continuation earnings play and helped along by the Citigroup upgrade to 28 with a price target. Benchmark. Benchmark is coverage and a buy at target of 35 for Billy. So we've got a couple of upgrades for Billy and price targets higher than the current price. And it was an earnings play yesterday, so continuation. All right. Wanted to see if some of these companies that just put AI in their press releases, see if they're doing anything. And yeah, they're doing something. BFRG, yeah, giving it up. So fluff again, guys. So these companies both are like AI holding. So they even had it have it in its name, AI. Put out a press release, something to do with AI, and trying to piggyback on AI the stock, which is an earnings fight today, and obviously is doing well. It's just for me, it's just a difficult intraday trader. All right, SI continues down. There are shorts available for me. Yeah, there are shorts today, right now, at Interactive Brokers. 40,000 shares right now. They come and go. So Mandeo, if you are still in the room, I just wanted to show you about these races. If you had a race based on my pre-market top list, and you had a race on it, you would have seen CYT moving to the top of the leaderboard really quickly. And if you're unfamiliar with races, I will go over that in a bit. All right, 9:43. We're almost at that 15-minute mark where I'll start to take a look at some things a little more seriously. SOUN, I know Shady took a look at that, bought it, I think. SOUN, an AI play. Okay. All right. So what's the market doing? So the NAS is up, Dow's up, SPY's up modestly. All right, guys. I know some of you still follow this one. AMC is having a pop here. AMC is having a pop. Some volume coming in. The memers will not let this go. The next time, I mean, well, it's interesting. I mean, the next high is 711. All right, guys. SI continues down here. SI continues down. All-time low now. I actually tried to get some, but they wouldn't fill me quickly. Now that's because the uptick rule is still in effect, even though it's only down 5% today. It was down way more yesterday, over 10%. So that uptick rule is still in effect today. Remember this one from yesterday, Stag W, STGW. Let's see now. It's at the high yesterday, just about at the high yesterday, which is 805. The next high looking left is 810. So I guess if it can take out 810 somehow, take a look at the weekly chart though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it still has some resistance areas between 8 and 830. Okay, guys, there's AI now. I take it it's made a new high. That's why it's showing up in my price alerts. Notice how that works. Create a price alert, minimize your price alerts chart. When it hits, when it triggers, you get it right at the top. You sort on the trigger time. So that's why I had the price alert basically at the pre-market high to see if it could take it out. Wow, SI they just wouldn't fill me. It's not a matter of not their shorts available. They just wouldn't fill me because of that uptick rule. There goes AI, guys. AI now above the pre-market high or right at it. Post-market high yesterday was 26. And again, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 26.77. But if you're going to take this one, you're going to have wide stops because it can be very, very whippy. So fewer shares, wider stop will help keep you into play if you really want it. Billy kept going, guys. Billy, Bili. Okay, so with the PAGs, what's the volume like? Okay, with the PAGs, what I'm going to do is put an alert at $10. Okay, that's where we had it was just under 10. See if it gets back up there later on. This was on the 10-day daily breakout. Too early though, 9:34, 10 hit the alert was at $10. Got up to 10:09 and then it really dropped. ARRY, ARRY on the move here, guys. Next high looking left, 2035. So it's right at that. If it gets through that, then the next high is 2057. Your fantasy area would be up here around 2250. So this has been a pretty good earnings play. ESTC really had no pullbacks right from the get-go. We heard that was listening to this or hearing this in the pre-market. So that's a heck of a move. That's a $6 move, just sort of out of the price range I like to trade. But now, if you're look at this 66.69. There is the 200-day moving average. Will this stall it? If it doesn't stall it, the next high is wow, $72, 72.19. If the 200-day moving average doesn't stall it, I'm sorry, the next high is 68.67. But that 200-day could stall it. 66.69 could stall it. Well, just looking at it, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, MP2, 66.69. I mean, it's right at it. Can you see my screen? Look at the daily chart. You see that green line? So it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. So, I mean, if it somehow got through it, then the next high looking left is 68.67. But you see what's happening, that 200 days seems to be stalling it right now anyway. The tough spread right now too, 66.32, 66.60. Pretty tough spread. Well, it just tightened a bit, but you see what's happening. It's going to be, I think, a struggle to get through that 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, AMC on the move here, guys. I mentioned this just a little while ago. AMC is on the move. Memers will not give up. Had earnings, of course, a couple of days ago. Got kicked down on earnings. Ooh, PTRA. Now, what room does this have? 347 is the next low looking left. PTRA, for whatever reason, I think what's happening is they are guiding. I think their official earnings release is on March the 8th, but they are sort of conditioning the market. Yeah, look at that. And expects revenues to increase 24%, 24 to 34%. Well, I don't know. Maybe whatever they're saying there in the filings, the market's not liking it at all. And that is PTRA. Shoot, that was shortable for me too. All right, RVMD guys, RVMD. This was an earnings play on the 27th of February. There was a reaction. There's the 28th actually. So, but they released after hours on the 27th. So there's your reaction. But then look at the sell-off. Now it's trying to come back. The high of yesterday was 24.56, so it's close. If it takes out that high of yesterday, I'm going to stick an alert there, price alert, around 24.60. See if it takes it out. And if it does, of course, then the next high is 27.25. So this could have some room. Hmm. Our friend HPX is doing its thing again. HPX got halted on the way down a couple of days ago. This the insanity. It got up to $50. All right, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. INVH, INVH, 31.22 right now. The next high looking left is 31.75. Interesting day yesterday. Just absolutely was being sold off. So volume like, yeah, 372,000. Big float, 609 million. Almost three times normal volume at this point of the day. And guys, the SPY now at that magic 400 again. SPY is having a nice lift. Anybody get that SI short? 544, 515 now. I held it at the bid for about, I don't know, 20 seconds, just no fill. And it was sitting there, but just no fill. Sometimes it's the luck of the draw. Hey, DM on the move, guys. DM is on the move, still taking out that 200 day. So now your next high is 243. and then 251. So it's trying to take out that 200 moving average at 225, just a little bit above it. All right, guys, Bumble on the way down. Bumble on the way down. BMBL. And this is, let's see, the next low looking left is 2178. So there is some room. All right, 2189. So there is some room. After the company announced, I think, a financing. Yeah, so financing 2280. So it's below the financing price of 2280. Really watching Bumble right here, guys. It has a little bit of room underneath. Boy, look at SI. Wow. All right, we have another halt. OCS has got halted. This is I guess this, okay, this obviously was a SPAC that turned into OCS. I'm going to say that. Yeah, okay, so there you go. So European Biotech Acquisition. So this is a SPAC starting trading right now as OCS and just got halted on the way up. Watching Bumble here to see if he really wants to give it up. BMBL sitting at 2250, 2252 bid ask. However, let's take a look at the OCS and where it could open. So far, not promising. So here's your halt. Unless it got halted on the way down. Maybe this probably got actually halted on the way down. Okay, that's why it popped up to here and then it ran down. I'm going to assume it got halted on the way down. Maybe not. Maybe not, but probably. Why I'm saying that, here's your halt, 1172, and here is your projected open underneath that halt price. So that typically would be, something that is halted on the way down. And that is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? That blue screen blue window that I just popped on. This is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm looking at the Bumble. Very, VERI. Wow, look at Very go. Now, let's see, the next high looking left is 804. It could stall there. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance around there. It is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market at all. Look at it, really didn't trade much. Probably wasn't up enough. Yeah, regarding HPX, I mean, look, it is so whippy. So, I mean, do I see anything? I mean, it's You've got to really be careful on something like this. Yeah, I know it got halted at 1857 and it popped up here, but understand that 2 days ago, sure, it got up to 50, sold all the way back down to 27. The next day, it's down to 14. So it is just all over the place. And there's usually no news. There's no news on this one, as far as I can see. So I cannot, I'll use the phrase you're on your own trying to trade something like this with that float, 5.5 million in the float, no news. It's just a trader's. If you can find the right entry, great, but you have to be awfully careful because even if you put stops in, it could blow right through your stops just like that. Oh man, tell me somebody got the SI short. How delicious was this? 544, 489 now. That's a great percentage move and basically straight down. So far, no green candles to knock you out of the trade. Bumble guys, BMBL now. A little bit underneath that. Underneath 2250 now. 2250, underneath 2250. Wow, look at EGLE. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Probably wasn't trading enough. EGLE, um, earnings play getting clobbered here, down 15%. And the next area of potential support, maybe 55, 35-ish. So it's not that far away. If it took that out, boy, still got some room underneath. There's a 200-day moving average underneath, 52.59-ish. So humble guys, BMBL, giving up that 2250. Looks good. Okay, RVMD is now at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 2456. So again, this has got a ton of room if it wants to keep going. Let's see if it can base just a little bit. Bumble guys, BMBL, I mentioned it. 2250 break was be pretty good. Ooh, it's ugly now. The CYTO, very ugly. Well, got to the 5 level. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at this one. 2037. Okay, market is now putting in a giant red bar. You're gonna wipe everything out now? Wow, look at this one. JBGS. Look at this move down. This is a yeah, man, this is an all-time low. JBGS is an all-time low. I think this is going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown if it takes out 1652 again. The relative volume is 9. My filter is 8. So it's probably just sneaking in now. My guess is that if it takes out 1652, we are going to see it right here in the 10-day daily breakdown. The other thing, I think, is it 500,000 shares? Yeah, 500,000 shares has to trade. So it's just slightly under that. My guess, though, is that it takes out that low. It'll probably be enough shares. Ah, look at that, just stalled. I mean, it got to the, yeah, talking about the RVMD, got to the high of yesterday briefly and then just cratered. I mean, look at that. Just came right underneath it, 2467, right back down to 24. It's basically, it looks like it's kind of following the market right now to a certain extent. This is an AI play, actually, guys. EGLE 5675 on the alert. This was, I mentioned this one a little bit earlier. This is an earnings play. So JBGS is just sort of stalling here. Just stick an alert down here at 1640 and see if it takes it out. I'm almost 100%, yeah, for sure now. So it's got the right volume. If it takes out that low right there, we will see it in the 10-day day. Well, there it is. All right, there it is. Yeah, okay, guys, your HP, the HPX, you can find a way to get in, great, but just be careful. The high yesterday was 34.21. And remember, all this is happening on no news. Okay, so I mean, this is, I didn't realize, I thought this, is this typically a SPAC? Yeah, this is a SPAC. Okay. So, I mean, it's a SPAC. So they've approved the business combination. When that happens, I'm not sure. I'd have to dive into it a little more in detail. But okay, so there was some news. I apologize. I guess there was some news. The business combination has been approved, but obviously no reason for this to go from 10 to 50 in a day, a couple of days ago. Ooh, ZIMV. This is an interesting one. Excuse me. The high yesterday got hammered down on earnings. Okay. So that's the reason it had the big fall. The high yesterday was 770. So we're at 645 right now, trying to come back a little bit. But as I always say, there is a reason why this happened, and it's because of earnings. So yes, this is a bit of a bounce here, but it can't wipe out the idea that it had a disastrous earnings release yesterday. Okay, guys, JBGS. So got to be careful on it. It's pretty whippy, I think. Trying to want to get into this one. I think if it gets back into the 1635-ish, I'll take that short. But right now, it's just popped up a little bit here. It almost got me into it, but I just waited a second here. So if it gets back down to that 16, mid 1630s, I'll probably take that short for JBGS. So I better put my price alert on it again. And it's an all-time low. That's why I'm interested. I was having to stare at this for a bit, guys. The JBGS, just because it's an all-time low. Okay, while I'm waiting, ZIMV, how is that possible that E-Trade will not give you a chart longer than 1 day for ZIMV? All right, well, it's having a bounce now. Well, that's why I wait. I'm talking about the JBGS. Well, it had a bounce actually, so I'm gonna take a pass on it for now anyway. All right, guys, AI now is getting a little more interesting. I mean, the next high looking left is 2677. It hasn't quite settled down. I mean, you have some bottoming tails and all, but what do those means? I mean, the sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers closed it higher on these two candles. what did these guys do? Stagwell, advertising agencies out of New York. I don't think I'd ever seen this one until yesterday. STGW. Interesting area. I mean, I guess if it can take out this 8 area with any conviction, I mean, the next highs are 9. Well, can this see into the future? Sear, SEER. Where's it going to go? This is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all. Why? There was no action. No action at all in the pre-market. Zero, zero, no trades. Had the earnings release after hours, a little bit of a move here, but nothing in the pre-market. Look at this. Once the market opened, and why wouldn't I see it earlier? Probably the volume was too light. It's only now at 379,000 shares. Is this shortable? Yes, it is. The reason I ask is because it could be coming into some pretty tough resistance around the 560 mark. You know what's having a bounce, guys, is XMTR. XMTR. Disastrous earnings play a couple of days ago, but it is trying to bounce a little bit here. Yesterday's high was 1866, so it's above that. Of course, on its disastrous earnings day, the high is 2311, so there is some room. These are for bottom fishing plays, of course. All right, guys, I'm watching this Stagwell, STGW. Longer it holds over 8 in this level, this area, it could get rolling. Again, the next high is 810. It did get up there, got a little bit above it, 812. If it wants to, what's the spread like? It's not the spread, but the float, 99 million. So it's not high, not low, but it's certainly not crazy high. And if it can ever take out this 810, 815 area, it's got some room to about 9. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Clearwater Analytics. So CWAN is another one that is bouncing. High yesterday was 1685. Takes that out. The next high is 1729. This was an earnings play on the 21st. There was a reaction, crazy reaction. I mean, it got as high as 20 and then it sold all the way down to 17 and has been moving down ever since. So far, this is not a bad one from the AI. Short 56.75, 55.34 now. So a little more than $1 drop. The low here, 55.30, that may stall it. There, yeah, it got down to 55.25. and there's a low right there of 55.30. If that doesn't stall it, then the next low is 53.41. So we still have a little bit of room. Well, there's Eagle now. It looks like it took out that low. 55, what did I say, 55.30? So yeah, it took out that low. So it's a pretty decent one from the AI. Not getting too many alerts from the AI now, I think, which is good, in my opinion. But you'll notice that most of the AI alerts over this past 2, 3, even a month, they're all earnings plays. Why? Because earnings plays are active all day typically. Hey guys, I'm continuing to watch this STGW. The longer it holds over 8. I might take it if it gets like the 812, 813 on the bid ask. RLX, RLX leading a race here. What's happening here? 2244. Yeah, it looks like there's just too much resistance on the way from here up to that 270 mark. Okay, so IoT is now kind of sitting right at the VWAP 1880. I'm sorry, it's a little bit above the VWAP 1888. Looks like the VWAP was holding it. See that purple line on my chart? Looks like the VWAP is holding it. And where could it go? It's an earnings play. The next high on that weekly chart is 1945. So a little bit of has to get through that. If it gets through that, boy, the next high is 2352 on the weekly chart for IoT. So that could be an interesting one. And as um, Amen is saying, 5 upgrades. Only problem is that Morgan Stanley raised it to 18 from 17, so it's past that now. I'm sure probably some of the other upgrades are a little more aggressive, maybe. No, JP Morgan and both Morgan Stanley are about the same in terms of their upgrade price targets. All right, Billy. So Billy is now underneath, okay, underneath that 200, sorry, the VWAP, 2290, 2290, just a little bit underneath it. If it fails there, this could be a nice short, guys, for Billy, BILI. Got a little topping tail, try to get through it. ARDX, so Shady mentioned that one earlier. This is had some news this morning, maybe. Earnings play. It's an earnings play. And looking left on that weekly chart. Oh yeah, a ton of room. I should have seen that. So on the weekly chart, I mean the next high, it had a disaster. This is probably earnings back here, probably an earnings week, and it just got hammered down. The next high looking left is 768 for ARDX. It's not a low float, 179 million. Don't all have to be low, of course, but it might take a bunch to keep moving it higher. But it's got a lot of volume, 23 million, 25 times normal. So certainly is active. Meanwhile, IoT continues to make new highs. What did I say was the next high looking left? Yeah, 2352 is the next high looking left for IoT. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but when you look at charts, I'd like to see areas where it could go until it hits the next high. What we're trying to do is just take chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. So that's why I keep looking left, looking left, looking left. So guys, I only took one trade today, and that was the Bumble short. I'm out of it. I was hoping it closer down to 22. It's looking like it wants to move down again, but I'm out of that Bumble short, BMBL. I mean, there's a possibility. I think the financing was done at, what do they say, 20, big discount. What was the price? Yeah, 2280. So, I mean, there's a possibility it could start to move to that level eventually. So, all right, JBGS is getting interesting again. JBGS is getting interesting again for me. It is now at that low. Now, did have the big move up to 1657. Keep an eye on that STGW, guys. I just have I don't know, a feeling about it. How do you get stock alerts with entry and exit points? There's only one that'll do that. Christopher, you have to have our AI that'll give you an entry and exit. I mean a suggested target. I wouldn't look at exits at all, to be honest. I would pay attention to the stops, but I wouldn't look at it. I wouldn't look at exits in terms of price targets. But this is the only thing that officially gives you an entry and an exit. How you trade it will be up to you. I'm going to go over all that right now. In fact, 10:30. But I'm going to tell you another thing. There will be no more auto trading the AI. Okay. I know we allowed it in the past, but it's going to be discontinued. If you want the only auto trading that you'll be able to do, if you have your own strategy and you want to auto trade your own strategy, fine. That'll be up to you. But no more auto trading the AI. Now, there is sort of, Christopher, every time I click on an alert, I'm going to click on GNS, okay? Now, look at Genius right now having a big pop. Let me just show you. Okay, so every time you click on an alert, excuse me, there is a stop that is automatically generated, okay? I mean, you can use it like a guide. So I'm not saying that is, so I mean, this is not necessarily where you're going to enter the trade, but if you did at 252, there's your stop. If you can see the dotted line, let me get a big, but that's not, I mean, so we're not saying that that is an entry, but if you did take the trade, that would, that a stop is generated. So let me just, so let me click. Let me just click on eight or, oh, I have to click on the alert. Just give me a moment here. I have to get the symbol linking. Okay, so now when I click on GNS, see there's a dotted line, red line, that automatically generates what we call a smart stop. So that what that is telling you, if you took the trade right now at 251, there is a suggested stop. Okay. But that is not to say that that is a proper entry. It's just saying if you looked at something and you thought, man, I like this, I like the way it's trading, I like the pattern, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe it's over the VWAP, a whole bunch of things. And it's just giving you a guide. You don't have to follow it, but just a smart stop level. This is generated by, it's a volatility of 15-minute candles, takes a high and the low of the day into the equation, and it generates this. Now, this will change, of course, because if this got up to $3 and I clicked on it, this smart stop would have moved up. So this is the smart stop for when you clicked on it and got into the trade. Okay. And targets, look, the target is just double the smart stop. So for instance, if I got into this trade at 250 and the stop was at 2, that's 50 cents away, they would put a target a dollar, like a dollar on top. I mean, I don't think targets are necessary at all. But the official, and I think what you're talking about is, I know we have something in our blurbs that say entry and exit points. This is the only one that actually generates, an entry and a stop. And that's our AI. Okay, guys, as I was talking, got into the JBGS. Not quite where I wanted it, but not bad. 1631. Okay. Mentioned I wanted to get around the 1635 mark, but got a little distracted, but decided to pick it up at the 1631 mark for JBGS. And this is an all-time low. We'll see if it can crack 16. I'm try to have a little bit of patience with this one, JBGS. How can I have patience? Fewer shares, wider stop. Oh, RLX. Here I'm typing in the symbol RLX. Okay, what I want to hear is grunt, grunt, grunt over and over again now with JBGS. Okay, this is, I have a sound loader on this, and that is the pig. This is what I'm talking about. I want to hear it over and over and over again. Yes, properties, actions, pig. Okay, that's the set, that's the sound I've got on it. And every time I hear it, that means it's making a new low. There's the original alert, 1641. It is now 1598 right now. To see it, I've just taken some out. I'm always a little afraid of what it'll do at a whole number, so I've just taken some out at the whole number. Well, let's see if it can continue down. I was going to do my blurb about trade ideas, but I'm going to watch this one a little more closely. I see the STGW did not proceed higher, so I have an alert set around 812 for it. Let's see if it takes it out later on. Come on, have a big drop here for it. All right. All right, guys, I was able, but that was fast. I was able to get a little bit more off. And now I don't have that much left, but nice move down. JBGW, JBGS, sorry. You had that flash down to 1570. Well, this is pretty awesome, guys, I think anyway. Here's your alert at 1641. We had to wait a bit because it did pop up. Okay, a little pop up. And then I kept saying, if it got into the 1630s, I wanted to get it. So it got down to 1570. Meanwhile, IoT making new highs now. What did Rio say about a fib? And I don't mean a lie. Is it really? Okay, didn't even see it. I was blissfully unaware of why. Well, I thought it was an earnings play too, or maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It was an earnings play on the 21st. All right, guys, 1041. Let me, as I keep watching this JBGS, I'm going to see if it really craters even more. Let's see, take a look at my homepage. All the information you'll find on my homepage and how you can get that scan. But you'll have to stick around. Oh, look at this, guys, moving down more. Okay, let me click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas does cost. And it says it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. So we have four plans: annual, premium, and standard. Annual premium is 2,000 a year. Standard is 1,000 a year, minus the 15%. Okay. The big difference is the AI. Only a couple of alerts right now. Not a bad one. Eagle, the short 5675. I think it got down to 55. So how you manage it will be up to you, but not a bad one. That is the AI. That's a part of our premium service. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want it. The reason, the product, you have to look at the terms and conditions about our refunds. Okay, like it's hard for me to understand why people, and we see it, take out an annual subscription right off the bat, not knowing the product at all. You can start off with a monthly. Oops. So monthly is 118 and 228, less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you do want to take out an annual, if you take out a monthly and then you decide you want to take out an annual, yeah, we'll honor the 15% discount. And of course, the reason why people take out annuals is because I'm missing out on SEER and IoT, but it's okay. The reason why people take out annuals, of course, is that on a per monthly basis, it's cheaper than these two. But of course, you've got to pay up front. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. Ah, I'm hearing the grunt, guys. I'm hearing the grunt, grunt, grunt right here. And again, I just put, one of the things about Trade Ideas is you can put different sound alerts on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So if you take out a subscription, you must do this getting started. Let me do this again. So there is the get started. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Takes you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. New to trading? Great. We've got a great course for you. Trading 101, put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay. If you are new to trading, I think this is a really, really, really something you should take a look at, and it is free. I do a stock of the day video right here, free, of course. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The trade of the week this week was a UNG. Let's see how it's doing now. Yeah, it's still, I think the trigger was 890, so it's still above. This is okay, so it hasn't been a bad trade of the week. Trades of the week are usually longer term holds. Education, big education section here. And by the way, when you click on my link, okay, you have to scroll down to those sections. So here's the user guide. Here's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is. There's the A window, T window, the top list, and the racing. Okay. At the very least, the next thing I would really look at is price alerts. Being able to put a price alert on a chart. It's so simple to do, and I think it's invaluable to do it. And this is the stock racing. When you click on that, great description about what it's all about, except for these are broken. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, so 4 videos plus all this is clickable: race startup, race configuration, etc. I'm going to go over these two races that I'm sharing, but I don't expect you to remember everything I say about the races. So here it is in the guide. Yada, yeah, you have complete control. Let me just continue, okay, and I'll show you how. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. It should be Andy. Before I take my break, I will first of all confirm that, and I'll also put the YouTube link in the room so you can listen to Andy for an hour. Here's our free trading room again. Educational videos, more educational videos about trade ideas. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down a bit, and then here are my scans. So here is the 10-day daily breakdown and up. You hear me talking about this a lot. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. These are top lists. Okay, this is what I would suggest you do instead of alert windows. I mean, you can use alert windows, but you're kind of limited to the number of filters you can use. So I've been using top lists forever. And here are the two races. The biggest gainers, because I've renamed them. I should get Rudy to the guy who looks after my homepage to rename these. But this is the biggest percentage mover since the start of the race, and this is the biggest percent large cap mover since the start of the race. And I'll go over that. You can see I've got the Halls resumes are here, and I have some other. I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Then you get into my homepage and you can use my code. This is a free room. All the rooms are free. The room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save my link, then you'll be able to look at my scans at any time and also the education section at any time. Very excited about getting into that GBJS. It's just a matter of patience, and finding the area you want. Okay, Yadi, so here we go. I mean, it's all here. If you right click, select chart style, okay? So you right click on a chart and then you select your chart style. So chart style, candlesticks. I'm sorry, let me, here, color. Okay, so you click on color and now here, you have your up color, down color for your candlesticks. Here's a palette. You can choose whatever you want. Okay, same with the chart itself. Oops, cancel out. So again, right click, select chart style, and then go to color grid. So here's your background color. This is just you can put gradients in. Okay, so you have complete control. All right, you get that? So I can move on. If I went too fast, we'll go over it again. Oh man, guys, this is so great way to end this week for me anyway on the JBGS. So Yadi, are we good? I don't want to go unless you understood what I was talking about. Just need an answer from you, Yadi. Okay, just even if you just say I'm trying or I'm. So Yadi, I don't see an answer from you yet. I'm not on mute. No, I'm not on mute. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on, Yadi. I'm sorry, but I have other things to do. So if you didn't understand or it didn't work for you, just let me know later, okay? Yeah, the AI, I was looking at that one earlier. I mean, this is one. I'm not making a recommendation to swing it or anything like that, but obviously it's super popular at earnings. Thank you, Real, for the fib. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what happened? Oh, I'm sorry, Addie. What happened is that it wasn't scrolling down. I'm sorry. I do apologize. It was stuck right there. It wasn't scrolling down automatically for me, so I didn't see your answers. So I apologize. I wasn't trying to harass you. Okay. Okay, guys. Now I know I've missed Sear. I missed a bunch of them, but that's okay. I don't have to be in multiple trades at the same time. But anyway, there's Sear. Even on here on the 10-day daily breakout, 551, 570 got up to 586. So on the 10-day daily breakout, IoT on the 10-day daily breakout, 976. It got up to 2042. Unfortunately, guys, I'll explain what I'm going to say in a second here. Yeah, unfortunately, we're getting towards the end of earning season. Look at all these. These are all earnings. SEER, IoT, ARDX, PAGS. Now these aren't. This is good. I'm glad these are not. In fact, what I noticed is that when we're out of earning season, didn't get too many in the 10-day daily breakouts, but got some in quite a few. Well, quite a few. I don't mean like numbers during the day. Maybe get four or five, but good ones on the 10-day daily breakout, and they were nothing to do with earnings. As William Porter pointed out, JBGS, which I had no idea, had something to do with Amazon. And here it is. Amazon has paused construction of a second headquarters in Virginia. Okay, I guess they must have been the builder or the leaser, whatever. Anyway, obviously affected JBGS. Well, I guess anyway, what I'm trying to say though is that next week I think we have a couple of hundred stocks companies releasing earnings, so we still might get a little bit of action in the 10-day daily breakout. But this week we've got something like 450. Last week we had 600. Okay, guys, the STGW still is maybe a little bit in play at the pullback, holding the VWAP. 797 is the VWAP, so it was holding the VWAP. So I have to reset my alert. If this gets up to 812, I'm going to take a hard look at it because when I look left on that weekly chart, that's kind of the area to get through. And if it Let's get through that 812, 815 level. 892 is the next high on the weekly chart. So we have some room. Yeah, thank you for the fib on the JBGS. Totally out of it now, real. Thank you. It was getting close to that level. Oof, 1058. Let's take a look at this REVE. See if this did anything crazy. SPAC, what's crazy in the pre-market? Yeah, so it got up to 16. So one maybe to watch next week. I mean, and it's a little bit, well, it's like the HPX in terms of it's a SPAC. They're doing a business merger with somebody. I don't know if it has been announced exactly who they're doing it with. Oil remains a top target for APA. Alpine, well, okay, I don't understand this. This is Apache. I can find out who they're trying to get or who they're trying to do the merger with. Okay, so as many a two-bit circus. So they're going to merge with this company called Two-Bit Circus. So what the heck does Two-Bit Circus do? It's quite the name they've given themselves. I don't know what Two-Bit Circus does. I mean, it can't be a circus company. Anyway, somebody can figure that out. Anyway, so that is who they're going to merge with. Two-Bit Circus. Marvel, guys, I'm hearing Marvel. Why am I hearing Marvel? MRVL earnings play must be close to a. It's got to be close to the VWAP for me to be hearing this. Yeah, look at this. It's sort of sitting on the VWAP. There's an earnings play. It's negative. They try to have a pop up. It's pulled into the VWAP, 42.56. Looks like it's trying to hold. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. So I think I'll just talk a little bit about trade ideas now that it's settled down a little bit for me. So what is trade ideas? We are a scanner. And there's a difference between a scanner and a screener. We have screening capabilities, of course. Lots of screeners out there, but we are a real-time alert machine. We are a scanner. Now, it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Yeah, NVAX. Why do I have NVAX? An alert for NVAX. Taking out yesterday's high or at yesterday's high, 730. So again, got hammered down on earnings and they literally said, we don't know if we were going to be able to survive. I mean, they didn't say it quite like that, but it was a pretty Pretty upfront statement by the company. But it is trying, every I mean, it's trying to have it's a bounce play. I mean, for some, we'll look at these and say, okay, I'll try to pick it off the bottom a bit. Let me back this daily chart out just a little bit. There we go. So the next high is 940. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's what traders are probably looking at, saying, okay, can it fill in this area a little bit? Okay, so again, what is trade ideas? So you notice or explain how I am sharing a lot of my scans. Now we have a lot of other scans that we've created for you if you want to take a look at them. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, excuse me, click on the show more, I'll see them all. I usually like to show the momentum channel because that's pretty popular. So if I click on momentum, the momentum channel, so this is the difference between all the different screeners out there and then a scanner. So this is a momentum channel or a momentum scan that we put together. You notice it says 6 right now. So my guess is that you're going to see a little bit of volume. Now this is a 15-minute chart, so you don't see the 1 minute, but you can see 6 just made a new high. Okay. So how does this happen? If I right click, configure, and summary. So this is the screening aspect. This is what this is looking for. This is what this alert window is looking for. So if the price is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. And this is the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. So again, this is the screening. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see 6 right now. We don't see any other stock yet because no other stock is meeting these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. But when the next one does, you'll see it real time. That's the scanner. Screener, scanner, real-time alerts. Okay. So if you'd like now, this is one that I am sharing. If you go to my homepage, I am sharing. It's called Momo. Okay, so you don't have to take this one out. But what I'm trying to show you right now is that if you go to the different channels, you'll see all the different scans that we have created for you. Okay, so if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would take a look at all the channels. You might see a scan and go, that looks interesting. Maybe I should have that as part of my layout, as an example. So if you like this one, for instance, and again, I am sharing this one, but let's say I wasn't sharing this one and you liked it, all you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. So when I do that, basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this channel, out of this docked channel. When I did that, it popped onto one of my other monitors. So here it is. So if you like it, now all you have to do is save it to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, now again, I'm going over this quickly. I'm not trying to show you every aspect of Trade Ideas. This is just an overview. All of this is in the guide. Now, you can also make a change. I mean, if you like the idea of this, but maybe would like a different price range. So again, right click, configure, click on that summary to see what it's looking for. Then you just click on, here we go, IoT, just making a new high, making a new real-time alert high. So click on the icon, the price icon, and let's change it to 10 and 100. Okay, I'll click on the summary, see how it is now changed. I can say okay. So now that is changed to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. And then you save it to the cloud. Okay, so you can either take the scan exactly the way we have constructed it, or you can make some changes. Okay. Now, so that's the idea. Now, I would caution you though, if you go through the different channels, you don't want to create a layout with, 10 alert windows and 20 top lists. You'll never get anything done. Okay, so try to keep it if you're starting out new. In fact, I'm going to show you the races. I may just start out with the races, but I would maybe keep it to no more than 3 or 4 alert windows, maybe a couple of top lists, and that's it. Seriously. Otherwise, you'll get so many alerts and you won't know what to do with them. You'll be clicking like mad all day long and getting absolutely nothing done. Like I did when I first started as a subscriber to Trade Ideas way back 12 years ago, almost 13 years ago now, in 2010. Did not want to miss any setup in the world. Had all sorts of alert windows, top list windows, clicking like mad all day long, not getting anything done. Okay. Now, if you want to make your own scan, of course you can. So on this time, I'm going to click on this alert window. I'm going to click on configure again. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So do not get hung up on how many these are. Okay, first of all, these icons here, these are the real-time alert icons. Okay, the real-time alerts. Right at the top, the new high and the new low for the day. These are intraday highs. I'm going to scroll down. You don't get hung up on how many we have. I'm going to keep scrolling down till we see these icons, and these are the filter, the screening icons, okay? Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. I want to emphasize that. People look at these and go, well, I can't learn trade ideas. It's too complicated. How am I going to possibly learn what all these mean? You don't have to. The reason why we have so many is that when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language if they wanted to build their scans. So we had to create enough alerts and enough filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scans. But again, we have a lot of scans that are pre-built. And I think that more than likely, you can find most of them will be good enough. And then all you have to do is maybe modify them a bit, maybe a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume, things like that. So you don't really have to learn how to build anything from scratch if you don't want to. Okay. Now, another word about when you're in a channel, if you make a change, I make a change again here. I already did. Okay, I made it. I'll do it again. Make a change to 10 and 100. Put a different price range in. Say okay. Say okay again. So now it's changed. Thing is that if you leave this channel and then you come back, the change is not saved. And the reason it is not saved is because these channels are for everybody. Okay. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So typically the use for me would be you take a look at this, you take a look at the different channels and maybe extract a few of the scans. And then you can make your change and then you incorporate it as part of your layout. All right, guys. So that's a general overview of trade ideas. Let me let me talk a little bit. Boy, look at NVAX now, guys. I mean, it took out that high yesterday, 730. Could be on the way now. Okay, guys, STGW maybe getting rolling here. It pulled back to the VWAP and then the VWAP held. I think the VWAP was about, well, there it is, 798. I don't have to guess. VWAP changes, of course, over the course of the day, but this was an earnings play yesterday. LXRX, I think somebody mentioned that. Was that real or somebody? So much happening. Is this another earnings play? Ah, yeah, another earnings play. I don't like this, guys, because I mean, all these alerts we're getting, they're all earnings plays, and I hate it, the fact that earnings season is coming to an end. Doesn't mean we won't have things to trade over the next couple of months, but it just will not be as exciting. And again, notice all these names that are coming through on earnings. It's not the Microsofts, it's not the Googles, it's not the Amazons, and I just, I don't care about those. I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be interesting on the, perhaps, but these are the ones that give you the big percentage moves. I mean, rarely, I mean, Meta has, and so has Amazon on the way down on some of their earnings plays, had big percentage moves, but typically you're just not going to get the big percentage moves with those sort of stocks. Why? Because they've got so much in the float. All right, let me talk a little bit about the racing, okay, and why I think that if you're new to all this, this is going to give you focus. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just internal dialogue here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. What are the chances of the SPY going back under 399 today from Robert? I don't know. What do you think? I mean, the chances are it could, and chances are it may not. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip on it, but it's the SPY has been so erratic with ups and downs like intraday, so many days now. Anything could happen. All right, so let me explain the races, guys. And again, this is all in the guide. I do not expect you to understand everything about the races. Stag W, guys. Yes. Boy, I'd like to see this one challenge this up here. I mean, I don't think it is. Not today anyway. 892, but finally broke out a little bit. Whew, okay, so races. So all races start from a top list window, okay? So these are the two races that I'm sharing. You, of course, can create your own races. I just want to show you what this race is based on, though. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So this is the top list that this race is based on, okay? So if I look at it, all I'm really showing you here is that for a stock to be in this top list, it has to be between $1 and $50, minimum volume 200,000 shares, and up 2% from the close. Okay. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it will show up in this race. Now, before we had races, the reason why somebody would use a top list window, excuse me, is if you wanted to find out, say, the stocks were up the most for the day. So as long as you had it as a column header, you see that C percent that has changed from the close. If I double left click, I will see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. If I want to see the stocks that are up most from the open, it's opening trade today, I double left click, and I can see the stocks that are up the most from the open. Okay, so as long as you have it, look at this LXRX, probably up here right there. So again, if you have it as a column header, these are just filters, you can, find out in this particular case, these are the stocks that are up the most from the open. So maybe it's nice to see, but how is that going to help you trade any of these? So that's the purpose of the races, especially, I mean, these are at the top here, but what, like this NVAX, talking about this. What if NVAX is at only 7.7% from the open? But what if all of a sudden, you can see how it's starting to move now. What if all of a sudden it starts, and now it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 12%, and it's moving up this list? You'd never see that. Okay, well, that's where the races come in. I like to call the races sort of a hybrid between real-time alert windows and top list windows. So I have renamed this. I hope this makes a lot more sense now. This is going to show you the biggest percent mover since the start of the race. I run 4-minute races. Of course, you can adjust it any time period you want. I chose 4 minutes months ago, and I've stuck with it. I'm not saying 4 minutes is the be all and the end all, but that's just what I whatever reason, I like 4 minutes. Maybe my favorite number is four. I don't know, but I'm running 4 minute races. So what you're seeing now is, for instance, ETAO at 3.33%. What does that mean? Since the race started, this has moved the most percentage wise, biggest percent mover since the start of the race. Now, like any other race, and all these stocks start off the same position. And again, this is just going to show me the stocks that are moving the most since the start of the race. You can notice like any other race, they'll be jockeying for position all throughout the race. So ETAO was at the top, but now this one, UIHC, is at the top. Okay, and again, this will change over the course of the race. So what I would be doing is, if you start to see something moving up the leaderboard, you don't have to wait for to be at the top. Click on it, see what's happening. So here's ATLX as an example. ATLX, starting to move a little bit. And by the way, these stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day. This can be used for pullback trades. Okay, so this could have been a stock that had pulled back, but then was starting to move, as an example. The only way you can really know is by clicking on it and seeing what does it look like on the chart. So this is not just about only seeing stocks making new highs of the day. So what happens though also is that a top 10 list is automatically created for you. It's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So look at GNS. It has won 9 races. HUBC, 3 races, etc. Okay. This gives you focus. This means you really, if you're starting out, this gives you an opportunity just to watch a few stocks over the course of the day. So for instance, if you look at GNS, what I'd be looking at and saying, okay, this is interesting, but it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. I'm not going to chase it, but let's take a look at another one. Let's take a look at VERI as an example. Great example. See how it's pulled back? So you could be looking at this and thinking, okay, here's the VWAP up here, 746. Well, it's actually okay. We have it at, so it's a little bit over the VWAP. Again, ours uses pre-market data, so that's why it's a little bit different. But anyway, here's the V, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. If that is your trading style, maybe to take stocks that hold the VWAP and maybe move, maybe that's what, you can look at this one. Maybe put a little price alert a little bit above it. Or what if it fails the VWAP? What if it goes down underneath these two candles here? Maybe that turns into a short for you. So just because a stock, I mean, this may not win another race over the course of the day, but it's still interesting to look at and put some pricing on the charts of areas that you might find interesting. Okay, so it doesn't mean that just because a stock doesn't win another race that you should just forget about it. And that's what you can do with all of these. Look at Saito. I mean, this was terrible at the, it was a great pop at the beginning, but right now, if you had shorts, I mean, I didn't have shorts available, but if you were, somebody who likes to look at the VWAP, and if it takes out the VWAP, maybe you want to short it. Well, it would have worked out great. Or maybe it would have held the VWAP. I'm just using the VWAP as an example, guys. I mean, you may have a moving average. I know that Steve likes the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. This is why you've got to practice trading. You have to figure out your own style. You can't, I mean, I'm not saying you can't mimic anybody, but maybe for a bit, but you have to really figure out your own style. And that's why we have a simulator that you can practice in. Now, this race right here, it's a lot like this race. The only thing is, though, I added a couple of important filters here. One is a minimum market cap of 500 million shares, sorry, $500 million, and also a minimum float of 50. So you will not see typically in this one, you will not see typically big percentage moves like you will here because I don't have that minimum market cap or any float restriction. So you can see some big market movers here, But with big moves up come big moves down. So, I mean, if you're new to trading, while these are, kind of fun when you get into one and it works for you, it requires a lot more probably, I don't want to say effort, but they're just more volatile. These are not as volatile. Doesn't mean, they're not worth looking at. Take a look at LPSN. So again, if you're into the VWAP, here's the VWAP at 1096. So it held it. Maybe it's going to move higher from here. I mean, it already has, of course, but you can see that, it may not be as, it's not usually not going to be as volatile as the ones that you see here. Volatile meaning, huge up and down candles. Do I have an echo? Okay, first of all, make sure it's not just you, Dak. So how's my sound today? I didn't actually ask. Yesterday, I know we had some issues. No echo, good sound. Okay, so it's on your end, Dak. So again, a top 10 list is automatically created for you and you can watch these. So if I were new to trading, I would probably look at these, even though these are more exciting and all, I would probably look at this more if I were new to trading because it's just not going to be as volatile. So talking about the simulator, okay, you've got to practice trading before you commit money to the market. I cannot emphasize this enough. You must practice trading. I know you want to fund your account, get trade ideas, and start trading immediately. And if you've had no trading experience, that could be disastrous. Okay, so consequently, we do have a simulator now. Right now, and for the foreseeable future, and also races, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, the simulator nor the races are available. Now, the races should be coming available, but I don't know about this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And this is now in order to load it, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. When it does, it should say not connected, so you're not connected to anything. Now, I will say this, and I'll put this in here. Okay, I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. All right. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to do that. Okay. Not mandatory if you have an E-Trade or IB account to use it, but it's there as an option there as an option, a feature if you want to use it. But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean that you can't use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. Okay, just means this option is not available to you. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. So when I click on sim, now let me do it one more time. So when you load this Brokers Plus window, it should say not connected. If you can see that box, it should say not connected. The minute you click on simulation, it'll change to account. Click on account, and then this little box will pop up. Click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. What you're seeing here, this is a short that I took, I don't know, a few days ago of AMC in the simulator at 716. It's 645 right now, so I'm in the money a little bit. Yesterday went underneath 6. Probably, if I'd been really Trading this, I probably would have taken at least half off. But this is also how you can practice swing trading. So when you take a trade in our simulator, if you don't exit it at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. And it's very simple to use. I click on an alert, ETAO, you'll see that the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. And I haven't talked about money management at all for a while. So let me talk a little bit about money management, okay? Very important. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now, ETAO. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. If the spread's good, I'm going to click the buy button. That sets it up and then send it. So I'm in the trade at 234. I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to put the stop at 214. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. This is just to make the math easy. The minute I did that, you'll see there's a red line on the chart. It says approximately minus 100. It's actually 97.50. So how did that happen? So when I trade, I have a checklist. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? But I have a checklist. Unless I can check every box, I don't take the trade. Now, a lot of the things that I see have already been kind of checked. In other words, I'm not going to see a price outside the price range I want. I will always see the like a minimum volume that I need, things like that. Okay. Again, it doesn't matter what my price range is. It doesn't matter what my minimum volume is. Okay. You have to develop your own trading style. I mean, the fact that I like to see stocks under $20, somebody else might say, well, I don't like that. I like to see stocks, between 10 and 100. That's fine. There's no right or wrong way, but you have to develop your own style. So that's the first step. But when I take a trade, I'll also know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me. Just because I think a trade should work and I've been able to check every box doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have a stop. Now I put the stop at 214 for a reason, okay? Not because that's necessarily the right stop. I put it 20 cents away just to make this math really easy. Typically what I do is I'll look at a maybe no less than a 5-minute chart, certainly and maybe a 15-minute chart, and I'll check to see where I think there's a support level. So if it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade, okay? Now, if I were new to trading, what I might do is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. The reason I say that is that, my idea of where support on a chart is might be different from somebody else's. But we do know that the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay. So, I would maybe practice doing that, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the 15-minute candle. That's what I'm saying. Practice. So the next aspect, though, is okay, how many shares am I going to take? That's why I put this stop 20 cents away for a reason. Now, first of all, the way I trade is that I always risk about the same amount every trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 in the next trade, 50 the next trade. Okay. So in the simulator, what I'm trying to demonstrate is risking $100 per trade. That's why it says minus net 97.50. And so why I took 500 shares? Because I got into the trade at 234. I put my stop at 214. That was 20 cents away. Again, just to make the math easy. If I have a 20-cent stop and I'm risking $100 a trade, if I divide 20 cents into $100, what do you get? 500 shares. So hopefully that makes sense that I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be defined by the difference between my entry and my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents, obviously. The other aspect of taking a trade is that I will not take a trade unless I have a reasonable expectation of making what I call a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk, 20 cents on this trade, I had to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. So again, that all goes into, when I click on an alert, that's why you always hear me talking about looking left. So I'll always look left on first the daily chart. I'll check to see, well, where is the next high? So again, in a fictitious way, if I'm risking 20 cents on a trade and I look left and I see that there's, the next high is say 60 or 70 cents away, it becomes a candidate. Okay, because I have sufficient risk reward. Now, other things I'm going to look at, of course, is where's the VWAP and where's the 200-day moving average. Okay, because I don't want to be stuck by either of those two. So I mean, there's a lot to go into trading, but if you start trading enough, spend several months in a simulator, a lot of this becomes kind of automatic. I'm not spending a minute scouring all this. I'm able to size up most of this in seconds. Okay, so that a little bit of a money management. The next aspect and huge is obeying your stop. A lot of times it's really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade, maybe we're talking about it in the room. People are excited about it. Maybe even it has news. News is not one reason why I take a trade. I mean, it's a bonus. If it's an earnings play and that has news or some other news about it, it's a bonus, but it's not a reason for me to take a trade. So everything looks excellent. You get into the trade and you're all excited, and then all of a sudden it starts not working and it starts drifting down to your stop price. So that's when the second guessing comes in. Maybe my stop is too close. I know I took the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that was just too close because this is such an awesome setup. It has awesome news. It's got to work. Well, nothing's got to do anything. So you start disobeying your stop. So you let it go down through, in this particular case, down to two. You let it go through 214. It goes down to 210. Goes down to $2. Goes down to $1.90. You're still not obeying your stop. Now you're down two, three, four, $500, and you're starting to sweat. And finally, you get out of the trade with a far bigger loss than you should have because you didn't obey your stop. Okay. Now you know what's coming. Those who've been in the room enough. That's one scenario. Almost as bad as not obeying your stop. You allow it to go through your stop. Now you're down two, three, $400, and then guess what? It turns around and it gets right back through your stop, and now you're making money. Now you're up two, three, $400, and you're patting yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is a recipe for disaster. I know it's cliche and all that, but it is definitely a recipe for burning, like just destroying your account. And so all I can say is I don't teach trading or anything like that, but I try to emphasize money management. Don't be afraid to take a loss. If the loss is manageable, you can always, live to see another day. You can always even get back into the trade. Maybe, we got into the trade, it looked good and, met all your parameters, didn't work. Maybe the market, for some reason, all of a sudden took a big turn. Maybe that wiped you out of the trade. If it was something that was a little more reliant on the market, maybe it sets up later on. You can always get back into the trade. In the old days, one of the reasons why it was really tough to do something like that was commissions were so expensive. Now we're in the era of either free commissions or, half a cent a share at IB. So not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay the commissions is not an excuse anymore. Okay. All right, guys. So that's I'm off my soapbox now. So practice trading, okay? Practice trading. And if you ask me, well, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. It all depends on how much effort you're willing to put into it. Trading is not easy. I would say probably a minimum of 3 months though in a simulator, a minimum. Get used to understanding how the market works, and you've got to be looking at what the market is doing. That's why I have a spy chart. I'm always looking at a spy chart when I get into something. A lot of the things that we see are kind of oblivious to a certain extent about what the SPY is doing. These are stocks that are kind of trading on their own, an earnings play, maybe have some news, but it is always a good idea to see what the market's doing. I do have a discount code. So Melanie, this is for you and anybody else, of course, who wants to take out a subscription. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, there I put my homepage link, click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So right at the top here, let me expand this just a little bit. So here's a discount code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, now if you're new, again, I'm going to just emphasize the fact, don't take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product, okay? You can always start off with a monthly, and if you want to upgrade, I don't even want to say upgrade. If you decide that you want to take out an annual, then you will still give you that 15%. But here's the monthly 118, and I would start off with a standard. The standard is an awesome, standard's awesome. I mean the premium, yeah, it'll give you these alerts automatically, and if that's what you want, certainly, it's a part of the premium service. The only other reason for premium for most people, and that's very few of our customers, is that you can take a strategy, a potential strategy, and you can back test it, and you can kind of see how would it have worked. And why I say it like that, because you can back test it over a 3-month period, and you can say, okay, what if I took every single trade that came through in that 3-month period on my strategy? What would the equity curve look like? I don't go into back testing at all because very few of our customers do it. It is an advanced topic. You do need our premium service for it. But hey, listen, there are some with the time and the will to test I could test this is not what I call a strategy. I just want the ideas. If I back tested this, right click and back test strategy, I'm not going to go through it, but this is what it looks like. You can, your entry time, your end time, you've got your timed exits, you have risk management, all this. This is why it's an advanced topic. You don't, if you're looking at this and thinking, oh man, I can't learn this, you don't have to. Most, I'd say 99% of our customers never backtest. I just care about the alerts, and then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade or not. So it's 15% off that 118 for the first month only, okay? So if you take out, so it's 118 less the 15%, that's only for the first month. If you want, it's 15% off the entire year if you take out an annual, but I would not do that. If you don't know the program, please don't start off with an annual subscription. I mean, you can always take out an annual afterwards and you'll get the 15%, but try us out first. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'd pay going forward, 118 or the 228 on the premium. So that 15% discounts on a monthly is only good for the first month. Okay, makes sense? Okay, I wanted to leave that in there. Okay, just wanted to show you taken out in the simulator of the ETAO trade. Okay, now had this been in my real account, I would not have traded it like this. You see, the max P&L I could have made, not that was huge, but $67, okay? And I got taken out for that $100 manageable loss. It hit my stop and it took me out of the trade. But what I would have been doing here, first of all, I would have seen this pop up to 246, and at the very worst, I probably would have got out at my entry. Whereas my entry was 234, okay, or maybe just a little bit below my entry, or I may have taken a little bit of profit when it popped up almost immediately. My stop is the absolute worst I want to do in a trade. Okay, doesn't mean I can't get out before my stop if I don't like the way it's trading. So the minute I would have seen this popping up to 240 and then moving back down, I probably would have taken some off as protection and then probably got out the rest at my exit, or at my entry. Could always get back into the trade later if it starts working again. So again, my stop is the worst I want to do in a trade. But again, I wanted to leave it in there. I wanted to leave that stop in there to show you how that works. How, if you don't have, if you don't have an E-Trade or an IB account and you're thinking, well, how can I do all this? Well, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop in. So if you're one of these people and you're all out there, I was one of those people that will not obey your stop. You're consistently not obeying your stop. There's a way in which every brokerage you can put a stop in. Okay. And I'm not an auto trader. I'll never will be an auto trader. But if I were somebody who just really finds it psychologically hard to obey my stop, I would then put the auto stop in into your broker and allow yourself to be taken out of the trade without any emotion. Now, I'm not in this one. I mentioned this one as something that, I'm not an investment advisor, of course, but this one AI, yeah, I mean, it's looking good in terms of, a potential swing, but understand if you swung this one, where are you going to put your stop? If you put it at the low of today, 24, that's not bad, I guess, but because this is going to be very, very whippy. Look at this daily chart. Look how up and down it's been. But maybe this will get it going so it'll at least not be as whippy. Earnings play, release some good earnings, and I think also guidance. I think they also guided. I think I also saw that they're guiding well. Now, remember what guidance is all about, okay? Remember what earnings is all about. First of all, it's what they did in the last quarter. So that's all well and good. But unless they come out and say, and we expect the next quarter to be okay, at least as good, but maybe better. But if they come out and say, you know what, we had a great quarter, but I think our next quarter is not going to be as good because of these circumstances, why are you going to buy the stock? So a lot of times it's all about the guidance. In fact, I haven't seen the question in a while, but somebody will say, why is this stock going down? I'm looking at the earnings release. The headline says they record revenues, EPS was great, everything was great. What they didn't read was they're guiding not as well for the following quarter. Why are you going to buy something if the company is saying, well, we're not expecting to do as well next quarter? It's a classic. Okay, what are you going to do for me now? Okay, Great. You did all that in the past. What are you going to do for me now? Wow, this has been a fast morning for me, guys. A super fast morning. It's 11:52 already. And I'll just have to confirm it's Andy. Yes, Andy is going to be in. He's just telling me he's going to be in the room. So, super fast morning. Sometimes Fridays can kind of drag, and not today for me anyway. So hopefully, he'll be back next week, Perfect Circle. So hopefully, you're getting some idea about how to use trade ideas, a little bit about money management. Of course, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting my trading or anything like that. I am typically in no more than two trades at the same time. So I'm not having to worry too much about trying to manage, multiple trades at the same time. So what I want to do is put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over to YouTube when Andy gets there. It is now what 11:54, so in about 5 minutes, Andy will be there. Full copy. So here is the YouTube link. He's not there yet, but he will be there in about 5 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, I'm just going to put the announcement in. Again, he's not there yet, but I just put the announcement in. Mute. Oops. Back around 1 p.m. ET, Eastern Time, okay? And I may be having to close the room down a little bit early today. I'm expecting a delivery. Now they give me a time frame between 3 and 4. Okay, so if the delivery comes and I have to kind of be with them, so it depends when they come. I'll normally shut the room down around 3:20. So, but if they come at 3 o'clock, I will be shutting the room down there because I have to be with them for a while. So it all depends when they come. Here's what, okay, guys, 6 is now coming into the VWAP, 29.85. Coming into the VWAP. Will it hold? It's all about will it hold? Will that VWAP hold? Nice move in the market so far, guys. Everything's up. NAS is up. Dow's up. SPY's up. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now, just waiting for Jamie to show up. He's not there quite yet, but I'll just put myself on mute. I'm sorry. I said Jamie. I meant Andy. I meant Andy. I'll just pop in here regarding Novavax. I don't think there's any news on it. I mean, the news, of course, was Friday. I'm sorry, Wednesday. Released earnings and also said that there was a doubt they could keep going as a business. I mean, they didn't quite state it like that, but they were, basically, there he is. Hi, Andy. Just give me one moment. I don't think there's any specific news on this one. I think this is just a bottom fishing play. There'll always be people who look at these and, well, it's just a trade. But I mean, for all the reasons why it got hammered 2 days ago, they're still in effect. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. And now I can welcome Andy.
Hey, Mr. Barry, how are you?
I am good. I've had a revved up morning. I have to say, I feel revved up this morning.
Nice.
Had just a tremendous short on a stock that I was super patient on, and
What stock
turned
was
out
that,
really
Barry?
well. That symbol was JBGS. JBGS.
Oh,
Never heard of it
nice.
before.
Yeah, I
And
know, but
this
it's a nice trade.
this came in on my 10-day daily breakdown at 1641. And so I waited. It popped up a little bit from that level. I got in around 1631, and it moved all the way down to 1535. So as
Nice.
you know, Andy, tremendous percentage move. And now it popped up since
Very
then, but
nice.
that really made my day. The other one, and I'm still in it. I'm still in this one is STGW, another real patience play for me. STGW.
STGW.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
So it
Very
had
nice.
earnings yesterday. And so you can see, but it sold off. You can see that big topping tail on the daily chart yesterday. It did sell off. But the minute it got up to yesterday's high, which is a little over 8, and I waited and waited and waited. If you look at the 1030 candle, 15-minute candle, you see it had a bit of a drop
Mm-hmm.
underneath 8.
I do.
Held the VWAP though, held the VWAP. Then the
Okay.
minute, and I kept saying to people, if it gets into the 815 area, I want to take this trade. And that's basically what I did.
Very
And so
nice.
now and again, why? Look left on that weekly chart. I know I feel revved up.
Oh, no, no, no. I see it.
I'm
I see it on
talking.
the daily. Yeah, no. Very nice.
Well, I'm looking at the weekly actually, and I'm seeing 892 on the weekly. And so, yeah, I
Yep,
mean,
I see
I
it.
don't know if it's going to get there. So
Let's see.
anyway, that's just two trades, and yeah,
There you
and I
go.
actually had a little short of Bumble earlier, but it was a JBGS, and I'm proud of those type of trades because I just had the patience. I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and I put a price alert in on the chart, and I did not budge until I got that price alert, and didn't try to anticipate it was going to get there.
There you
Just
go.
waited for my entry. Or well, as you know, just because I get a price alert doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to take the trade, but I wanted to wait until that happened, and hey, but it didn't, it wasn't like instant. It wasn't like, okay, get the
No.
alert and then take the trade.
You know what, Barry? I'm glad you mentioned that. As a matter of fact, this uh, video, that ebook that Steve and I just put together, and one of the questions in there was, what's I think something like, what's the best advice you could give people? And that was, everybody wants to talk about risk management and stop losses, and that's kind of gets redundant over and over. But that was my piece of advice. If more people would put price alerts, not take a trade on a whim, and just put a price alert and do not execute unless that price alert goes off, they
Hmm.
would trade much better. But I can't tell you, or a lot of times I just throw bids out there because I'm interested in that level. So shoot, why not just throw a bid? It's scary sometimes, but
Yep.
but I tell you what, 9 out of 10 times those trades work. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, I
Yeah.
agree. Well, and especially if you put your price alert in a logical area. I mean, there's
Hmm.
one thing to put a price alert,
Yep.
but there has to be a reason why you're putting the price
Yep.
alert at that point.
As a matter of fact, that's what I just did in laser. I put a price alert down here at the 10 and bought some at 82, and now I'm getting a nice little pop there. Wasn't fun
Can
sitting
you hear
through
the
this.
clapping?
What's that?
I don't know. Can you hear me clapping?
I can't hear you clapping.
Okay, that's I have tremendous noise canceling. I'm just clapping right in my mic and you didn't even hear it. I was
Oh
applauding
wow,
your
you do
trade.
have you have. Oh,
You know, I mean,
but
if you don't have the same, I know this is, we're diverting here a little bit, but if you don't have this, and this is, it's called CRISP, KRISP, and it's software, and it is an amazing piece of software.
oh, I thought you
K,
were giving me a symbol. Oh,
pardon me? No, no, no. This is the name of the company. I don't think our
okay,
company
gotcha. Okay,
it's called CRISPR, but I mean it's KRISP.
okay.
If you
I'll
do a
look into that.
search,
Yeah,
unbelievable. It's just software too. And basically what you do, I'm sorry guys, to just briefly tell Andy, what you do is you do a little test recording. It understands that that's you speaking. So my wife can come and scream in my ear and you won't hear it. Uh,
wow, amazing.
Talking right now like mad right into the mic. You don't hear that. It's every Wednesday, the leaf blowers are right outside my window, and you know how loud leaf blowers are.
Of
And
course.
I can't hear anything. And it's just it's amazing software, and it's really cheap.
I'll look into
Using it
that.
now for
Well, I
months.
I don't I usually don't have a lot of noise. My office is upstairs
Ah,
and
okay.
yeah, away from everybody. So
Okay. Well, it may not
not
be. I'm in an open space in my home, and there's all sorts of traffic coming behind me when my wife's home and the pets and all that, but mainly the leaf blowers and outside stuff. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention that, and now I can
all right.
go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
go take a break. You need
Yeah,
a
I
you need a
will.
break. All right, Barry. Have a good
Okay.
one,
Thanks,
buddy.
Andy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hey, Mike C. Perfect Circle. Seeing a few names out there I recognize. Really liking this laser. I hope we can get back through 10, but I may peel some off here. It's a Friday, and we'll see what happens. SOH day, pretty much. What's an SOH day? I probably should know that, Patrick, but I don't. Uh, Unless when I see capital letters, I'm always looking for a symbol. So I don't know if that's a symbol. Come on, man, poke your head above that 10. Get going. I'm gonna peel a little bit off just so I can relax and watch. Sit on hands. Okay, there you go. Those noisy morning roosters. Okay, let's see. AI, anybody been trading that today? That's been a nice one. I keep waiting for it to come back to the 10, trying to be patient, and that one they're just never going to get, I guess, because that is what you call a strong stock. Won't even get anywhere close to that 10 period moving average. Uh, all right, looks like we finally got a laser above 10, so we can stay there. Yeah, we have a different trader, Tank Man. We have a different trader every day actually. Monday through Friday, we have enough traders here, so we're able to give you a different one every day of the week. And my name is Andy, in case you don't know, and uh, Ooh, that's looking pretty interesting. That scent there. Invax is getting that bounce. What was that other beaten up one? Golly. Well, of course you got Marna, and then they got a bounce. What's that? There's one that begins with an S. It was like a, mm, gosh, I'll think of it probably in 30 minutes, and I'll look at it, and I'll be ripping. It was more of a chicken pox one, I believe. Somebody let me know if you remember what that is. STGW? No. Oh, you're just pointing out a strong stock. Yes, of course. Okay, was the bear and bull traders for a week learn? Okay, was with bear and bull traders for a week learn new things from Andrew. Yeah, Andrew's a very good trader and a very nice guy. He trades only max 1 hour a day, 1 minute charts. Yeah, we had a speaker. It wasn't. It was a man. I believe his name was. Came in and spoke. He Andrew was supposed to. We had a webinar recently, and Andrew was supposed to, but he was sick or something. So a man came in, and uh, he talked. He yeah, he was. I think he was. Yeah, he was looking at a 1 minute chart. And yeah, I gathered that they trade a lot in the first hour. Yes, yes, he's great too. I bought some of this Amazon at 209. And I like the way that's setting up. If it can get through, it's obviously running into some resistance here, battling these two moving averages. But if this thing can pop up, above this 30 range, I'll probably add to that. I like trading those Amazon and Googles and Metas and things like that, along with some of the stuff you guys trade. But I just don't have time. Some of those violent ones that you guys. Looks like it keeps stalling here at the 22, 21, 22 level. And that high right there is 28. So if it gets above that 28, I'll probably buy some more in that Amazon. Take a look at these highs over here. Yep, we got 29. We got 17. We got 68 there. Wait, that's not right. Okay, that doesn't look right on the chart. Okay, it's 94.78. Yeah, so it's got a. If you could break through all this clutter right here, get to these moving averages, I think this thing could have a pretty good run. Even though it's a Friday, I don't care. It's markets continue to go higher. JKS alert. Let's see, DQ had a little pop yesterday. Oh, and it had another good one. Yeah, you might want to keep an eye with that move. Gosh dang it, I was going to watch that one today. JKS may have a little sympathy move there, and there's of course there's CSIQ, a Canadian company that looking good as well. Ooh, gosh, if it wasn't a Friday afternoon, I'd probably be more apt to take one of these. No volume there. Oh, I'm doing good in the boil. Yeah, it's nice looking. Looks like it may want to go to 250 anyway. Nothing really to stop it. Maybe 243, but yeah, that's a nice looking move there. What these educational stocks, these China educational stocks. See if SOL is doing anything. The dog of them all. No. Shoot. I have to put a pullback in there for not so much for a day trade, but to look for a swing. I'm in this SWN for a day trade. Started buying it on pullbacks. Got an average of about, I think, 535. If this UNG keeps going, this is mostly a nat gas stock, man. It had decent earnings the other day. You can see the pop there, and then now it's getting through its moving averages and a big pivot level here. Could see some follow through on that. A bit about Holly. Yeah, Holly's our AI engine. I'm one that been trading for 25 years, and uh, let me pull it up real quick. AI strategy window. Oh, AI trades window, and let's put in uh, all trades, and only 3 trades today. And what this is, these are strategies. Holly's equipped probably with about I'd say uh, 40 to 45 strategies that we've kind of built and we give her. Now, what Holly's able to do is go out each night and through our servers can just do thousands and thousands of back tests on all these strategies. And then only the ones that perform well, these strategies make the cut for the next day. Okay, then what happens is throughout the day, she fires off trades based upon the strategies. And so we have no idea what she's going to call. It's just all done, in our server. Now, I will say this, in a market like we've had over the last year, it's really tough. A lot of chop, slop, mostly a bear market. So it's tough uh, to get the kind of results that she used to, on the performance. And so what happens is, what I would recommend is treat Holly like you would like a good alert that you have. Okay, look at the stock and see if it meets your parameters. Uh, Eagle was one today. Oh boy, these shippers. That was it sure was looking good before earnings. Uh, so I like to look at it if I get an alert like this JBGS. I think somebody was talking to. Now this was a long. Looks like a Holly was playing maybe a reversal in this stock. after being beaten up. Let's see, what's the strategy name? I don't have the strategy name in here. But anyway, the best thing to do is it because right now it's really tough in this market to come in and auto trade it, which we're kind of discouraging right now because the people who trade Holly the best are the ones that that just treat it like a good alert and see if it fits their eye. You know, me, this would not really fit my eye because it's bouncing right into its moving average. Now, if it gets above this level right here, could become a decent entry, but still under pressure. I think, yeah, not something that would definitely meet my eye. This one's interesting. Although a lot of these big gappers like this, you see this, they just open up, at a very high uh, clip, up, close to 14%. And it looks like it's chopping sideways. That doesn't mean it can't get going, but for right now, this is one that I'd be tempted because it came out early. It could have been a nice little horseshoe and gone to highs, but right now it's basically just flat. So there you go. We don't recommend, right now, and we're constantly retooling and looking for, uh, different strategies, but it's just a tough market right now. Attaboy laser. So I shouldn't have sold any. But honestly, for some people that are maybe new to trading and really don't know what to look for, as far as maybe a potential setup or a trade, maybe it may be wise to take a look at it and see and get an idea of what Holly sees. Me, I've been trading for a very long time. I have my style, so I just kind of uh, uh, like to do my thing. I like to do my thing. It's too much to look at. Now, I will peek at Holly every now and then to see, see what she's called and see if it fits for me, maybe for a swing trade. Uh, but for the most part, yeah, I don't day trade it. Samir, I'm going to drop our email and send it there. I'm not sure where to dig that up, and honestly, I don't know if we have the most recent performance. So just send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and we will get you what we have. Uh, you know what? It might be overextended. It's running into some congestion over here as well. A lot of closes and wicks and things like that. So it might be getting a little bit tired. Might want to, probably set alert. Maybe if you do get a pullback on this thing, to the 10 period moving average finally. And you know, Amazon just could not get going. You're welcome, Samir. You're welcome. Yeah, I kind of was busy doing something this morning, and I really missed the initial move. That's the sad part when you're also working. Spies just kind of opened up and had a nice little move. Also was busy when this happened yesterday. And I was also yesterday long some SPXS for quite a long time, and I had some really nice profits. And of course, Fed governor came out, and I ended up covering for a nice profit. But Yeah, not gonna fight those guys. That's for sure. But I tell you right now, if we get up here and they're out close to this 10 period moving average, I'm sorry, the 20 period moving average. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and set an alert right here because that is where I may be interested in putting on a initial position for a fade in the market. All right, I got to take a little bit more profit in this laser. Only sold about a third, and it's getting up here to a level where it ran into some issues last time. Sell another third. I bought some also in my swing account, so it's not. I can definitely scalp out this. And Amazon is slopping around. I'm just going to have to stop out at that low. What's that low right there? 91. I also bought some Cisco earlier on the moving average when it pulled down to here at 89, but I've already scalped out most of it and hanging on this. I'd like to see it hold that 49. See if we can get above that 10. Yeah, I can't. Boring stock, but if they come back to moving averages, I don't mind playing things like this. I look bet more for entries than the which stocks I'm going to play. All right. I don't physically put one in. Uh I will keep an eye on it. When I'm uh what I'll do is basically, keep an eye on stocks. Well, let me put it this way. When I'm uh first of all, when I'm day trading, I usually, am quick, to I may put one like way out of the money in case things go crazy. I don't like putting stops in stocks, especially like 10 or 15 cents, because I just know how these algos are, and they'll, well, it's kind of like that laser when I jumped in it, it's like it just gets all crazy. I bought it at like 82 on this pullback here, and next thing you know, it got fell down to like 75, and a lot of people will get stopped out saying, "Oh gosh, it's breaking down through this. I'm out." But I just know how these algos will try to jerk everybody around. So I don't like putting a stop. Now, what I might do in something like this is put one down at like, you know, 965 or something like that, just in case something happens and it's just ugly. But man, if you're day trading, you really got to be careful putting in stops because they will fish you out if you're putting in tight ones. Now, when I'm swing trading, I will. When I'm swing trading, I will. Uh, the good thing about me is I'm always got my eye on the market. So, I mean, I don't have a lot of swing trades right now. Let's see. I've been in Boyle for a while. This is I for my first buy was at like 4 like 435 or something like that because I know these patterns and what they'll try to do. If you look at this pattern, uh, let's look at UNG. It's probably a little bit cleaner. So UNG had a nice base here, looked like it was going to turn around, and which this is what I call a washout. They wash out everybody, and then a lot of times I'll buy it on this reversal and give it a shot. So this one has paid me nicely over the last, and I actually what happens is so what I do is I will scalp out. I think scalped out half, and then I think on this day right here, once it cleared this level, I actually bought back into it. Now this thing is kind of off to the races. And that is why I kind of bought SWN because I knew if Nat Gas got going, this is going to have a nice little move to it. So I'm in Lee. I've been in Lee for let's see 2340. Uh, Laser I just bought today, and Google bought yesterday. So I don't have a whole lot. I do have some Cisco from 4880. I actually been in this forever when it pulled back. Uh, to this level right there. I almost got stopped out a couple of times, but it held at 50. You play bounce. Let's see, what races do you use? This is more of a above all moving averages. These are stocks that are strong that I might consider, swing trading. Uh, just stocks that are strong on the day. Like I'd like to have caught that one right around there, right around 870. It's a nice one right there. So, and this one right here is more for day trading. This is one that Chris Varley has shared with me. Yeah, yeah, I can share this. Sure can. Relative strength race. There you go. Do I like J&J for a bounce? Well, it doesn't look bad. That's I hate to say it, but that's sometimes a lot of I mean, I'll trade these kind of moves. I don't know if you're talking about a day trade or swing. I would think you're talking about a swing trade. It's been beaten up, pays a decent dividend. Obviously, financials are fine. What I'd like to see, what I probably would do, is maybe put an alert if it gets above this 5-day, which would be basically a new high. Uh, that has the potential for a bounce. Now it's under pressure. It's very ugly. Uh, a lot of these stocks, Pfizer, same kind of boat, and I know it's been beaten up. Look, almost identical chart there in Pfizer. Uh, that's one that if I was gonna take a chance, it would be like maybe a third size. I wouldn't go all in on something like that because there's nothing really, uh, positive about that chart. I mean, it's just it's ugly. But at the same time, a lot of what they say sometimes, buy low and sell high. We are definitely buying low on something like that. But you know, once again, it would have to be either quarter or a third size if I'm taking that, because then I would look to see if it can at least get through this 10 period moving average, and then you might be able to work on something. But really, you're under pressure. I don't, there's your trend line. If it gets above that trend line, it would be above its 10 and its 20. That's where I'd probably, start adding. Uh, but yeah, if I was going to do something right now, it would only be a little nibble. If I was short, well, a lot would depend on where I would be short from. Uh, Obviously, if I shorted it down here, I would already be nervous and probably be out. Now, if I shorted it on the break right here, and I was in from like around 42.68, me personally would have already taken some profits. And then probably what I would do is use that 10 period moving average or the 20. You can see right now the 20's kind of been the guiding hand in this one. 10 has been kind of sloppy, so I would use that 20, and if it closed above that 20, I'd be out. PLTR moving. Sure is. Boy, what a nightmare. Uh, just you had earnings, right, and had 2 incredible days, and then look at that carnage for 2 weeks there. That's just brutal. I wouldn't be chasing here, but, maybe on a pullback or something. I did get stopped out of the rest of my Cisco, but that's all right. Things looks like it just wants to doji. Goog getting a little bit tired there. Shop has been strong all day. See, did it reach that high right there? Yeah, it did. See if that AI is still not pulling back. That thing may go to may go to 30. May just get there. Boy, look at that boil. Meta pulling back to its fast line. Man, I've been wanting to own this crowds CrowdStrike for a while, but they got earnings coming up in next week, so better not. Yeah, Peter, it's a tough game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually tried shorting shop this morning at the 50 period moving average. Now I got out real quick uh, with very little damage, but I was thinking, maybe this market gets up to a certain level this morning and kind of peters out. It might right here, getting up right right there, but it's a dangerous game, to try to short strength. like, like this talking about a lot of green candles. Look at AI, and it just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Uh, I mean, if you do want to play that game, and there's some people that do it very well, you typically will look for, maybe support, maybe, if AI gets up here to the 2850 level, uh, or it may stop right. Who knows where it may stop? It may get tired right now, but it's kind of a guessing game. But the spy, let's take a look at the cues real quick, and they got a little resistance right here, a little bit higher. And then, of course, you got the 20 period moving average, and the Qs could run into, boy, that'd be a big move today, but it could happen. Let's take a look at Meta because it just recently pulled back. And yeah, kind of, well, I got a little congestion back over here, but it was up. I mean, for Meta to be up 5.5% at one time, maybe 6%, that's a pretty big huge for a big mega company like that. That's what I'm hoping kind of Amazon wants to do. And I'm not giving up on it. Actually like the way I see some of its peers. I mean, I say peers, but I see like Google and Meta and some of these other ones pulling back, but it's kind of just kind of flatlining right here. So even though it's Friday, if this thing does, get above this range right here, I'll probably be adding to it. Take a look at laser and see what it's doing. Yeah, it's running into. It's kind of really in no man's land. I hate to. Let's see, lousy trader. Can you tell me how I can find which stocks had the biggest 5-minute volume spike on the day? Oh, you cannot. You cannot find it on the day. You can find out which stock at the current time has the biggest 5-minute volume spike. In other words, in any given, I shouldn't say any given, at the current 5-minute bar. That's easy to do, but you cannot do. Yeah, there's no way to compare time frames. Find out which one going back 2 hours ago and finding the biggest one at that time. So you can do it in the current time, but you can't do it for the whole day. Yeah, you can run an alert, yeah, and then yeah, sort by that column at the end of the day. That's for sure. I heard a little beep. Does that mean berries come in? Maybe not. Boy, nice move by SWN. Look at UNG. All right, let's see what the IWM is up to today. Yeah, running right into its 20 period moving average. So you got that one running into it. You got the Qs that are getting pretty close. SPY is still a ways away, but Q's making a new high. Pins with a nice move. Okay, I did add some Amazon actually at 20. Let's see if you can just pop your little head up and go. Don't play any games. Spy at 402 ALGM alert going off. Hey Barry, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
I heard something. I heard a little grunt or something.
Okay, I've been actually saying, can you hear me for the last 5 minutes?
Oh, okay. No, I could only hear you. I heard
Oh, there
something,
we go.
but yeah, but I
Okay,
did
there
not
we
want
go.
to.
Okay, no, you know what happened, Andy? I had a bit of a glitch in my internet, and so I got booted out, and now I'm back in. I can see I was trying to share my screen, and now I can't. I actually wanted to point out the XPOF. This is an AI trade, and this is an all-time high. It's an earnings play.
XPOF.
Yeah, XPOF. It's an AI trade. 2873 was the alert. Hasn't moved that much. 2921 right now,
Oh yeah,
but it's an all-time high.
yeah,
Yeah, and it's an earnings
nice.
play. So
That's
you would
right.
think
We were just
maybe.
talking about that because the AI just called it out. It's finally trying to break out of a range.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
nice.
I'm going to keep an eye on that going forward.
Uh-huh, for
So,
sure.
so you can hear me, okay? So I would actually saying, Andy, can you hear me for the last 5 or 10 minutes?
Were you whispering
So,
it or actually
no, no,
saying
no,
it?
I was yelling.
Oh
I was
no, no,
screaming.
no.
So
Yeah,
it must have
something was
been
wrong.
my internet connection that went out, and now, though it was back, but anyway, it took a while. So you want to leave now? It's 20:57. You
Yeah,
can,
yeah.
and you
I'm
can
only
get
putting in
get
a
a.
half day today. Yeah, I
Oh, you
gotta
are?
get going.
Okay, lucky
Yeah.
you.
Well,
We're, you're probably on the road somewhere.
I am. I am actually got
Yeah.
to take
Okay.
my mother's up here. Then I got to take her back to Waco. So
Okay.
she's staying with my sister. Yeah. So yeah,
You get chauffeur
I
duty.
get to be the chauffeur. Yeah, and go spend a couple of days with her and then come back.
Okay. Well, you're a good son, Andy.
All right, Barry. Well, listen, you have a great weekend, man.
You too.
All
Okay.
right. Bye
I'll
bye.
take over.
See you,
Bye.
everybody.
All right, guys, give me a moment. Yeah, I had a glitch in my internet. So I am obviously, I wasn't, the screen sharing went. I think we're back. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, I am back now. I think you can hear me and see my screen, right? I did have a glitch in my connection. So I think I've got a green ball now. So everything should be cool. Just, but just let me know if you can hear me. Just someone just say yes somewhere, please. So I know you can hear me. I'm sure you can hear me in YouTube. I just want to make sure you can hear me in there. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So after extolling the virtues of Wi-Fi connection, Pepe, it went out. I had to hardwire it, but I'm back at a Wi-Fi now. Muted in Discord. Let me just do a quick look. Yes, you're right. I am muted there. Okay, back to back to everything now. Okay, guys, so I was talking to Andy when I passed over my duties in YouTube. So I was in this STGW. I still have some. I'm hoping that maybe later on in the day it will get into the 830s and maybe the 840s. And you have my Discord link again. Sure. I think this should work. Let me know if that works. I'm pretty sure that's the right one. Let me just do it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, it's not the right one. I think I know what's happened too because I got disconnected. Okay. I got disconnected. So this is the right one. I think now this is the right one. I don't know if that other one worked. So I just looked and I did the invite and so a new string came out. Okay. Let's take a look at what's happening here. Yeah, the AI, it's like what our AI, but the stock symbol, the company AI, yeah, but it was a nice move, boy. I mean, we talked about that maybe from 26 on. I did not take it. Did not take that one. Ah, as I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room, I was just talking about XPOF, guys. This is an AI alert, and I wanted to get into it, but I realized I was muted in a couple of rooms, so I think I've missed my entry that I wanted. XPOF. This is an AI alert. AI is an RAI. Why I was interested in it is an all-time high. XPOF, another earnings play, and an all-time high now. The alert was at 28.73, 29.37 right now, and an all-time high. I just think I've missed it though. I wanted to get it right at this 29.10 level. Meanwhile, for you who are looking, look at this. What a nice move now. Nice, nice, nice move. Okay, so there's a buy rating from Morgan Stanley, but what? Okay, raised to $30. Okay, we're almost there at Morgan Stanley. Almost there now for XPOF. $32 by Raymond James. Just looking at some of the, yeah, actually a lot of firms in this one. $34 at Baird. Citi, I don't, a $32, excuse me, $32 target from Citi. So there are a lot of analysts piling into this one. Better than expected Q4 EPS and sales results. So, okay, guys. Yeah, look at this market. What a nice, nice move. Son of a, We should be in this one, this XPOF. I was just talking to Andy as I was relieving him in YouTube about this one, and yeah, it's a low float also, 18 million in the float. I just can't chase it now. Mm, look at this thing move now. It can't be just because Andy and I were talking about it. I know some of you following CDIO. It's been a bit of a rocky day today, but I think it's challenging the highs. Yeah, so CDIO got all the way down to 658, all the way up to 8. So man, that's a big $1.50. And you can see today's range 176%. The average true range is 84 cents, and it's at 176% of that. This is a filter that I don't think a lot of people know about. And you know, if you're trying to find stocks that are trading abnormally, you might want to take a look at this. Okay, just let me show you what I'm talking about. If I right click on an alert window, configure, and search, I'm going to type in open. Okay, and we're going to have to go down a little bit. So change from the open percent of average true range. Okay, so if you can see that, and you can see I've got my average true range for CDIO. There is the average true range. Okay, so what that means is, you know, over the last, I believe we take 10 days, it is on average, it's had a range of about 84 cents. Today it's 176% of that. So in other words, if you multiply 176 by 0.84, you'll get whatever that number is, 150 or so. Okay, so if you're looking for stocks that are having abnormal days with respect to their normal average true range, you can use this filter. Now, I would also use it in conjunction with the true range. Okay, it's average true range because you know, unless you don't care, but I wouldn't want to see. Let's say some stock is an average true range of normally 10 cents a day. Okay, YouTubers, can you hear me? I know I've got to get Discord running again too, but YouTubers, can you hear me? Nobody's answering. Hmm. All right. Well, let me get. How about Discord? Can you guys hear me in Discord? Discord didn't look like it got. Didn't look like it. I dropped a connection. All right. I have to try something else for YouTube, guys. Just bear with me, okay? Oh, you can hear me in all three. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Why is this happening? This is only happening. Looks like maybe a new computer is in the works. Yeah, I hear you. Well, wired I'm okay. I think I'm wired I'm okay. Just now I got to deal with that two upload, but anyway, that's okay. I'll figure it out. So does anybody have, I'm going to ask a question. Anybody have Trading View? I have a little test of it, and I'm wondering, I'm actually toying with the idea of how do you have Trading View? Okay, so you see the fibs that Real publishes every now and then. Do they? Can you? I know you obviously can do fibs on in Trading View. Do you? Can you see the same sort of numbers that he is publishing, or have you followed at all what he is? Okay, they're magic fibs. Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of different fibs on in TradingView. Oh man, look at this XPOF. No, I know, but I'm trying to mimic what Reel's got. And I know, I mean, I don't think you use it auto, do you? You have to draw your fibs every chart, Reel. So if you get something that you like and then you draw the fibs on it, is that correct? Or are you drawing? I mean, I know you can do it in auto mode in TradingView, but okay, so that's probably the reason why they're not going to be the same. I have to draw it manually. I just want to get away from the manual aspect of doing that. Exactly. I know it matters on the time frames you're looking at. So you're usually on a 15, 5 or 15. Okay, so this is called a USB to Ethernet adapter. Okay, let me because the site you gave me is a US site and it went to Canada and then it doesn't give me the, but that's okay. I just copy it down. USB to Ethernet adapter. And you just plug it in, like it's just a USB plug-in, and that's it. Hmm, interesting. Wow, 4 hours hourly and 10 minutes. None of the time frames that I said 5 or 15. Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll just show up every day, okay, and give us the numbers. How's that? Get out of relax mode and do that. So I'm actually, guys, not really looking to do too much more. I mean, I did really, personally, I did very, very well in the JBGS. So not really looking to too much more. I'm out of the geez, it's tough to say, STGW now. I'll take a look at it again if it gets back over 830. But I'm really not looking to do too much. I don't want to. Well, I'll go on Amazon also and see if they just deliver it to me. I mean, I'm sure these things are, if I can get it by Monday. Or I'll show up at Best Buy. Yeah, I'll just go to Best Buy. Why not? Yeah, Todd, you got that. I don't want to give anything back. I'm going to be a little bit selfish right now with my money and not the thirds. Okay, again, requires math. I've got the math down, but it's just the time. But you know what? You're right. I mean, anything that's interesting. So the problem, for instance, with XPOF reel, I could do on the pullback, but how am I going to do it where it could go, using thirds? The same thing, just put a third on top. XPOF. You can't see my screen, I know that. So XPOF is in Frank. Okay, Pepe. Well, you know what? I'll probably, I'm sure they have them in stock at Best Buy, so I'll probably do that. I'll head out there this afternoon. And if it doesn't work, I'll just bill you the 17, well, 17 US. It's 100 Canadian. Not really anymore, but so yeah, so seriously, so the XPOF. So, well, okay, actually, you know what I should add then? I should add one more column here, which is the range today. Yeah, that's what I'll do in the single stock window. I'll add one more column down here. Let's see if I can quickly do that, because then I can do the thirds pretty quickly. And, should only be done on stocks that I really care about. So it doesn't have to be done on 100 stocks. Today's range, there we go. Today's range, dollars, show column. Let's see what happens. I think I've got room. Here we go. Today's range. All right, so 187. So as you say, divide that by 3. Let's make it 180. So 60 cents. So if this drops 60 cents and then $1.20, okay, that's quick. But how do we do it on the upside? Add 60 cents to it from here, and that's where it could stall. 29.81. Okay, so it's just the retrace for thirds and not, so the projection is you can't do based on the thirds. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm pretty good at, if I were in this one, figure out where I want to get out, at least some, the minute it starts stalling. Well, at the beginning, Dak, to start, I'm going to rely on my IT professional, Mr. Pepe, with his $17 solution. And I'll take it from there. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to have to stick with the hardwire connection, I guess. So I'm going to do my video now. What time is it now? 1:21? Twenty-one, 122, so maybe 132 ET. Okay, get that done quickly. So I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So Pepe, but that probably is not going to solve my upload problem, right? Otherwise, because you think you said you had a friend that had a computer, did exactly the same thing and there was no fix? All right, guys, so keep an eye on the AI, not our AI, AI, the stock. It is pulled back. Boy, look at that, how well it held over the VWAP. And plugging that USB in will solve it. I see. And would there be some, is it literally just plug and play, or is there some settings I'm gonna have to, oh, there we go. Okay, so I mean, it did the upload. It just took, longer, but yeah, thanks, Zach. The Wi-Fi is fine. Every other device in the house. I don't want to dominate the room with this. The Wi-Fi is fine. Every other device in the room, in the house. Okay, it's just my desktop computer that's something. And Telus came over. Telus came over, and they spent 2 hours trying to figure out what was going on the upload. Download's fine. Anyway, I don't want to dominate the room. Oh, P&P, plug and play. Thank you. I was wondering what the heck P&P stood for. So just plug it in and it'll somehow find a way to do it without my having to do anything regarding settings. I love it. Well, I'll be talking to my friends at Best Buy for sure. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. I know some of you still want to keep trading, but let me see if I can find anything that's of interest. What's up with SUP? SUP, Superior. Yes. Well, it was an earnings play yesterday, so I'm trying to find things that aren't earnings play. Well, it's not that I'm trying to find, I'm not going to put a filter in, but I just want to see some things that aren't earnings plays because I hope that we still get some great action next week. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. This XMTR has had a rocky road today. It looks like AI is right at the high again. AI, the stock again, not ours. Looks like it's right at the high again. Just give me a moment, please, guys. But guys, I'll be right back. Gotcha. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. All right, guys, let's take a look. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts again, just to see if there's anything interesting. Again, the AI is making looks like it's making a new high. Is it hard to borrow? I mean, I see the rate is, yeah, I mean, it's 7.5, but there's lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 188,000. At least it's not hard to borrow at Interactive Brokers. Fidelity. Okay. Real, did you have a question for me? I think you said you wanted to ask me a question. When a 30-minute candle moves above, so we're really not good at, you're talking about the price, of course. We're really not good at identifying previous candles. So if you're talking about, here's a candle, and if you want the next one to be above, well, okay, right here, you're talking 30 minutes, but it doesn't matter the time frame. Yeah, we're just not good at saying, okay, the next candle is higher than the previous one. So what I'll do though, I will put that out to the other guys. Maybe there's something I'm just not aware of. But I'll check. I put it out there to the guys, and maybe, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I'm right. Unfortunately, I'm right. Yeah, no 2-bar candles intraday. So sorry about that. Yeah, William, we did look at the scan, and we said that it's not going to give you any alerts. I can't remember what it was. You have something about new high, but it's got to be. I did a history on it. There were no alerts at all. You had sort of conflicting. Now I can't remember. Somebody else looked at it too. You had conflicting filters that which really kind of prevent anything from happening. But we actually answered you. I guess you didn't hear us. Yeah, the new high. Even yeah, Pepe looked at it. The new high. Well, okay. I mean, if you're looking for the open versus the previous close, that would require a custom formula, as far as I can, because we do have a, but I'm not sure again how that's going to help you. Just give me a moment as, so I mean, we do have a data point for the previous close, okay? So most recent close, yesterday's close or today's close. So obviously if you're today, it hasn't closed, so you could use, so this is something, so that tells you the close. I think there's another one that does it too. No, that's the one. So most recent close, so there is a data point for yesterday's close, and of course, the open, today's open, expected open. So here are two data points which will show you today's open and yesterday's close. I don't know how that's going to help you exactly, but so what would you be trying to do? Just have it today's, are you just having today's open greater than yesterday's close? something like that? Or does it have to be a certain number above or a percent above? So is that a percent? Like so 1.02 times yesterday's close. So a little bit, oh, 102%, 102%. Pepe, I mean, I can do it, but I know Pepe will do it in 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, that's simple enough. Yeah, I mean, here are the two filters to use. And I think what you'd want, I mean, you can have just divide them, but Pepe will come up with it. I know he will. And what I would do is I wouldn't limit it to 102%, okay? What I would do is I would create the filter and then then in the min box, you can put whatever you want. And if you want to put 102%, fine. But you may want to adjust it. Maybe you find 102% isn't the best. Maybe it's 103%, maybe it's 110%. So I would keep it open so that you can put in the min box whatever number you want. And as a ratio, yeah, I mean, you could use 1.02. I mean, that's the easiest way because then you just divide, instead of having to multiply by 100 and all that, you just divide literally. Have you ever written one before? Okay. So I would to keep it really simple, just use the ratio of 1.02, and then you can go 1.03, 1.04. That equates to 102%, 103%, 104%, instead of having to multiply by 100 to get a percent, if that makes sense to you. But your what it would be then, okay, so that is the formula that you would use. Today's open, that's the expected open. That is the open divided by yesterday's close. Okay. Now, to do it, just because it's you, as Pepe is watching me. Okay, I'm watching the XPOF by the way, and let's see if so we're at about 60 cents on that pullback so far. Okay, let me grab the account manager. I haven't done this so long for anybody, but I hope this wow, this even looks different now. Okay, give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay? I just have to find what I'm looking for. Our website has changed. This is how little I use our website now. Okay, hopefully this works. But when you click on that link, okay, William, so let me know first of all that worked. Okay, you should be brought to something called the account management, the formula editor. Don't worry about what's here right now, okay? Okay, it did work. Okay, so there should be something that says create new. Okay, create new. Can you find something that says create new? And if you do, then this box will pop up, this source box will pop up. And again, don't worry about what's in here right now. It should be at the bottom somewhere. The reason I don't have it is because I've got 100 in here. You can only have 100. And I don't even use them anymore. I should get rid of most of them. But if you can find something that says create new, yes, not yet. Okay. Let me get rid of one. There we go. Okay, so you see, it should say something like that. I got rid of one. You see, I was at 100. You can only have 100. So it should say something if you create new, when you if you can find it, create new, and then you're going to get this box that's going to pop up. Okay, good. So it should be empty. Now all you have to do is paste that formula in. Okay, it has to be exactly as I wrote it. The expected underscore open divided by most underscore recent underscore close, okay? Paste it in here. Oh, you gotta leave? Okay, well, just remember, just paste it in there. You give it a name because you can search on it, whatever you want to call it, description. I wouldn't worry about anything else. If you want to say open versus yesterday close, I mean, whatever you want to call it, because you can search on it. Okay. And then when you save it, it becomes a filter like any other filter. If you've never done it before, it will be U0. And then you have a min and a max box. And then in the min box, you can put that ratio that you want, 1.02. You can try that. Okay. And obviously, if you have a problem, you've got to leave. That's okay. If you have a problem, just let me know. Oh boy, well, my delivery might be here. Just give me a moment. Hello. Yes. Hi. How are you? Yes. 15 minutes. What time is it now? I'll tell you what, you can come over now. Yeah, all right, 15 minutes, that'll be fine. And you know you're taking the other bed away. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, bye. Okay, guys, you may have heard that. So the delivery is coming now. Okay, so in about 15 minutes. So I'll have to put myself, what time is it now? They said they'll be here in about 15 minutes. So I'll have to put myself on mute for a while and then I can rejoin. It shouldn't take too long for them to deliver. Thank you, Real. See, that'll get me to Best Buy earlier. I thought I was gonna have to wait around for them. No, I can get to Best Buy earlier. William, are you still in the room? Because Shady is maybe giving you something you can take a look at. Maybe you don't have to do that custom formula. Thank you, Shady and Pepe. All right, guys. Let's see. Rhythm RYTM coming right at the View app, right at it. Okay, so let's take a look at this XPOF and let's take a look at that third. So $1.95. So let's say that's, I don't know, 65 cents or so. So yeah, we're getting close. The high was 28.78. That'd be so we're about that 65-cent mark. We're about a third on the pullback for XPOF. The other thing I'd be watching is the VWAP, 28.79, 28.79. There's the VWAP right there. What do you think, Real? There, in my estimation, it's pulled back about a third for XPOF. And we've got a little bit of a bottoming tail there. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding then what you said. I thought you take the high and the low of the day, okay, which in this case for XPAV, well, the high and the low is 195. So there's the high, 195. So if we, make it 67 cents or so, that would be a third pullback. Am I not understanding? Which makes it 29.10 for a third? Ah, you include the gap. Santa Maria. Well, that doesn't help. Because now that's a little more tricky because yeah, it's up $3.92 right now, but then I'm going to have to add. Then I'm going to have to add that high of the day, the current price, do a little quick math, and then add it to the 396. Now, here's something I could do. As long as, yeah, I could have a custom formula that is high of the day minus yesterday's close and put it up here. So that'll make the math easy. Yeah. So I could put a custom formula in here. Today's high, so T high minus yesterday's close, and that'll give me the gap in dollars. Maybe I'll do that after these guys get here. All right, guys, moment of truth here for GNS. GNS, right at the VWAP, I believe 359. Yeah, so it's right at the VWAP. Will it hold? This is not shortable for me. I don't believe it. So even if it took that out, oh, I think he's just saying that just in case he was looking for a top list. I don't know. Okay, guys, so things have really slowed down for me here. And I see, yeah, so you're talking about so 5461. So this is moving down. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we just cannot reference intraday candles, the previous one. We just can't do it. All this stuff with the Market Explorer and things like that, these things can be done, but I don't know when. And right now, the Market Explorer is taking up too much of our it's doing something to our database. So that has to be solved because Michael has created a lot of these, and he could easily create something like this. Just look back one candle, depending on the time frame. Yeah. Sorry. Well, you see, that did bounce, so I'm not gonna use the gap reel. I'm kidding, of course, but have you actually, in all seriousness, have you actually tested it, gap and no gap, just to see what the difference would be? Hey guys, I'm going to put my announcement in here, okay? They should be showing up anytime, so on mute for a while. I'm not on mute yet, but I will put myself on mute pretty soon. He could just say N. Never mind. Nope or no. He just has to say N. Man, man of little words, few words. Now see, there's the breakdown through the 200 or through the VWAP. I have no, ooh, you know what? Some shares just came available, but look at that rate. 3.3 thousand shares just came available at IB for GNS. So now what do you want me to do? You want me to change to 30 minutes instead of 15? That's my wife. You guys can't hear that. She's in New York right now, catching a plane to come home. Have to give her the bad news about Nordstrom's. Oh man, she is not going to be happy. Yeah, it has to be something. Okay, guys, so I'm in nothing right now, okay? I am at absolutely nothing. Again, I'm just waiting for the gentleman to show up with some furniture that has to be installed. And so that's why obviously I'm not on mute yet, but I want to make sure I put the announcement there without, I might forget. No, I don't know if I can get used to the 30s right now. And I don't want to have too many time frames here. So I'm gonna stick with the 15s for a bit anyway. Yeah, AI, I mean, it is another new high. Yeah, another new high for AI. I mean, this could get crazy next week. I mean, 2750 is the high there. 2840 is the next high looking left. And then, the all-time, well, it's not an all-time high. It's probably did a bunch of reverse splits. Ah, there's my guys. So just a minute. Okay, guys, my furniture people are here. I'll put myself on mute for a while. It shouldn't be that long. What is it, 2:15? Hopefully, no more than half an hour. I should be back by about maybe 2:45. Okay. Hey guys, I think it's going to be a little bit longer, okay? So I think what I'm going to do is just wrap this up now, okay? And time is at 3:04, so about 15 minutes before normal. So have a great weekend, everybody. I'll open the room 8 o'clock Monday morning. And so I will shut down now. Again, always, as always, thanks for all the help all day. And Pepe, so I'm going to go to Best Buy and I'll get that USB to Ethernet adapter. And hopefully that works. Well, let me just get my script in. Okay, guys. So again, thanks for all the help. We see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, of course. And have a great weekend. Bye-bye.